Subscribe to WROK on YouTube and never miss a meeting.
All right, welcome everyone. We're going to get started here in just a second. If we can quiet down a little bit, I'm going to call the meeting to order here in a second. But just, tonight you can tell we have a little bit of a different setup. We were expecting a lot of public comment tonight. So just a couple of additional rules here. It's important that we keep the aisleways clear at all times. This is for the safety of everyone in attendance. There is overflow back there and chairs out there. We are streaming it on the television, so it's kind of like getting the the cry room on Easter Sunday, but it still works just the same. During public comment, we ask anyone who wishes to speak tonight to come up here, form a line at the center like you are, so it sounds like you got the message. When you're done, just kind of wrap around and head back and find your seat or do what we can do. And like I said, there's seating in the back there. So just want to make sure everything runs smoothly tonight. Everyone feels safe. Everyone is safe. And, in the unlikely event that there's an emergency, we have a clear way to get out and be there. So I'm going to call to order the April 25th, 2022 Royal Oak City Commission meeting to order. We're going to begin with an invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I asked if you can stand, please do so. Often during invocations, people will take the this day in history approach, and I will do the same this evening. I will not be reflecting upon a day in history centuries ago, or a day in history that evokes national pride or celebration. Instead, I want to remind people that in this day in history, 2014, city officials, led by a non-elected emergency manager in Flint, Michigan, switched the city's water supply to the Flint River as a cost-cutting measure. The consequence of this action has been nothing less than disastrous and will be felt for generations to come. In an era of Twitter, Facebook, cable news, and hurried lives, we easily forget the important moments in history, and we fail to learn the lessons of our past. It seems most of the important issues of the day are boiled down to clever memes and bumper sticker rhetoric. I ask that we continue to keep our brothers and sisters of Flint in our prayers and help them with the burden they continue to bear. Let's pray that in our community, in our state, and in our nation, that we remain vigilant to truth, fact, and doing things right. That we're beholden to each other, the truth, and the foundation of a free society. May we stray from becoming penny wise and pound foolish. Let us be grateful for the vibrant, safe, and beautiful community we call home. Let us offer thanks to each other as fellow citizens, and may we together usher our city into the ideal future, forged in truth, principle, and respect for one another. We pray for the safety of all those who serve Royal Oak, especially our brave women and men in uniform. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. That quickly brings us to item 4 on the agenda, which is the approval of the agenda. Commissioner Macy?
I'll move approval.
We have a motion by Commissioner Macy. We have a second by Commissioner Prush. Discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Prush?
Everyone here at this table understands this, but for the rest of you who are here this evening, I have the cold from hell. And so when this item is voted on, I'm going to move back into the conference room back there, which has a screen that is twice as large as these, that has the commission meeting on it. And I'll be able to listen to everything and hear everything just as if I was sitting here. But then I won't interrupt the meeting with my sneezing and my coughing and I have 4 boxes of Kleenex back there. So when we vote on this, that's where I'm going to disappear. And then when we get back to the real voting and stuff, I'll come back. And then you'll have to tolerate me. But I will excuse myself until we get through public comment, just because you don't want to listen to this. Sniffling.
Thank you, Commissioner Prush. Any other discussion? All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes.
I'll be back.
All right, this brings us to public comment. And just a few reminders about the rules of engagement here with public comment. The City Commission values and relies on the input of our fellow citizens to make decisions. Now is the time set aside for the public to address the City Commission on any city-related issue, both on the agenda or not. As there are no public hearings scheduled for tonight's meeting, this will be the only opportunity for the public to address the City Commission. And I ask that you address comments to the City Commission as a whole and not to individual commissioners. If you wish to speak tonight at public comment, please proceed to the center aisle and form a line. For the record, we will ask you to state your name and address. Please be mindful that we wish to hear from anyone who wants to speak tonight, so comments are limited to 3 minutes or less per speaker. And there's a timer at the podium to help keep track of your allotted time. Some of the software upgrades, we do have the timer. There's a little ding there that will help you when you go a little bit over. Not to be rude, but there's so many people here that want to speak tonight. We want to make sure that we get through and give everyone a chance and everyone gets equal time. Concluding your public comment, please exit to the right or to the left. Make your way back. Please do not stand in any of the halls or aisleways or side aisles. Please note that we typically don't respond directly to questions during public comment. However, we are taking notes. And when the topic comes up, we'll ask those questions on your behalf to city staff or who's ever petitioning. And if it's not on the agenda tonight, we will refer to the proper city department. I know the city manager here is taking notes, and he does follow up on items as appropriate. If you don't wish to speak tonight, that's okay. You can always send us an email, call us, and we get your comments. And sometimes that's even better before, so we have a chance to really read them and think about them before coming here. And then I just have one other request I think that's appropriate to ask. It's an ask. If you are a litigant against the city here tonight, I ask that you just, for the sake of the public, just acknowledge that you are in litigation with the city before you or during or after your public comment. That way, for everyone's awareness. I think that would be appropriate as a courtesy to everybody here, so just asking that. So, with that, I'm sorry, there is one, I don't know if Miss Morrison is here. Is Miss Morrison here? Okay, she was going to give us an update on our Juneteenth celebration that we were going to have, so I wanted to help her get in and out, but we can start now. Thank you.
My name is Lori London. I am the owner of Right Impressions at 407 South Washington. I've owned this business for 33 years. I am also a member of the Downtown Development Authority. I want to impress upon the city that the back-in angled parking problems are not a bunch of isolated incidences. Fixing the problems with the app and technology is only one giant piece of the collective problem. Yes, there are several problems with the system. All one has to do is spend a few moments on one of several Royal Oak community pages to read a litany of parking woes. Or better yet, spend an hour in any retail business on Washington Avenue. Just about every single customer complains loudly about the parking. But the overall arching problem is the fact we have back-in angle parking at all. If, in fact, we are stuck with the Century parking system, let's continue working out the problems with the app and its technology. And while doing so, switch back to regular angled parking. I learned at the last DDA meeting that the city has 2 to 3 parking ambassadors helping visitors with the parking. And as a side note, I have never seen such one person on my daily, often visits, helping customers figure out the app, the meter, and solving their problems, except that very first week of the rollout. Back when the city council voted for the back-in angled parking, a person asked what would happen to the employees who were assigned to parking enforcement. The police chief said they would be reassigned within the department. Instead, the ambassadors can be these very people that go back to writing tickets the old-fashioned way, by reading the license plate at the back. I have been a retailer in downtown Royal Oak for 33 years. I have been through good times, bad times, and even a global pandemic. But the back-in angled parking is the biggest catastrophic event that has affected my business by far. The number of people choosing to spend a day in downtown Royal Oak has steadily declined from year-to-date numbers that I keep, on average 15%. As retailers, we are supposed to be getting our stride back. But the downtown office workers are not fully back yet. We continue to lose parking to restaurant tents. We continue to lose visibility to our storefronts to larger restaurant tents. We continue to lose our Saturdays to bar crawls, beer festivals, and the like. Now we have a self-inflicted parking problem. Why would we continue down this path of back-in angled parking if it's not helping our community? Why would we double down knowing it's not working? Why would we continue? My business was lucky enough to survive the pandemic, but it won't survive this unless we do something soon. We don't need a parking survey to tell me it's not working, although I do support the parking survey. And since I have 25 seconds left, I just want to tell you, in front of my block, my one block of Washington Avenue, there's 3 types of parking. You can do regular angled parking like the old school. It's striped for that. You can back in parking. It's striped for that too. And I have 2 pillar parking spots. Let me tell you, it's a mess.
Thank you, Ms. London.
Good evening. I'm David Robinson. I live on 1037 Irving. I'm with the Lawson Park Homeowners Association, and tonight, with my colleagues, the next 6 speakers, we will comprehensively discuss the proposed Harrison project and its impact on the surrounding area. We ask for further consideration of the high amount of traffic that the high volume retail brings, along with other adverse effects to our residential area. In this light, we ask you to deny the special land use approval for this project. Our rationale includes the following. 1, lack of an accurate master plan and community impact study. In September 2021, Director of Community Development Timothy E. Twing identified the need to secure a consulting firm's assistance with a new master plan, and I quote, "The Planning Commission discussed the city's current master plan and determined that the demographics, goals, objectives, future land use, and recommended actions are no longer relevant and applicable to the physical development of the city. In order to rush to implement dispensary licenses with facilities, we could possibly make uninformed or potentially regretful decisions. Secondly, there will be an additional traffic burden, potentially 500 to 600 additional cars a day on a 25-foot wide road. This high volume traffic will impact the neighborhoods and quality of life. This project brings recreational marijuana customers through the neighborhood streets. The volume of the dispensary matches fast food restaurants. Third, reduced tax revenue. Dispensary tax revenues are lower compared to the taxes generated from high-end multi-unit residential development, such as the existing units and those currently being developed by Robert Wolfson. A similar housing development in the proposed lot could bring in to Royal Oak $500,000 per year. And finally, East Harrison is classified as a local street, which is at the bottom of the street classification hierarchy. It was engineered to provide access to individual properties with limited continuity and low traffic volumes. If this project's denial is not the outcome we seek, we respectfully request a written binding commitment from Mr. Mamu stating his commitment to implementing measures to upgrade the surrounding roadways that help insulate the neighborhood from the additional stressors that an estimated 500 to 600 unique daily customers will bring through our neighborhood. In our neighbor meetings and research efforts, we've formulated a traffic mitigation strategy that could calm traffic from the added dispensary activity, preventing these adverse effects on our Lawson Park neighborhood. Mike Thompson has submitted to you some printed copies of that plan, which he'll be discussing later. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Robert Wolfson, who's going to discuss the project further. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Robert Wolfson, and I live at 590 East Harrison in Royal Oak. Very quickly, I'd like to mention a few things. My view today has changed since in the last half hour. I came here 17 years ago. I was the first person, if not, or the same time as one other person, started lofts. I built 3 lofts in this area. And then I built an apartment project, which you all know was a lumberyard. Now I built another project, which changed everything, in my opinion, of how people think about what is north of Lincoln Road. It now made it a very viable place to live because I'm sure you all remember the lumberyard. The reason I'm bringing this up is that at one time it was 40% of all the projects in the city. The rent or the taxes that are brought in from my projects are probably $1.2 million. I'm not quite sure how much the project, what storage facility that the petitioner has, nor the recycling plant, but I'm sure it's not $1.2 million a year. I think that I've proven to this city that I know how to make things better for the city, And at this point, to have this happen is kind of ridiculous because every one of you understands that they don't want a dispensary across the street 50 feet away from their $20 million house or $100,000 house. It's just because it is set up so that it meets the zoning. It isn't. The zoning is not right anymore. And if you want to do it, the only thing that can happen, in my opinion, at this point, is we ask for studies, and those studies to be able to talk about the traffic. Because what if it's wrong? Maybe they see 500 cars a day that come in and out. That's 1,000 cars a day. But we don't get to find that out unless we say to you, we'd like some studies done. We'd like some studies on the impact and on everything of what it's going to do. My guess is you guys are going to vote it anyways, but you shouldn't be voting it. You wouldn't want it in your backyard anymore. And if you take our projects, which are probably two of the nicest projects in this city, and you want to tell me that it doesn't matter, and the money that our taxes are $600,000 in those two buildings. I don't have much more to say, except Mike has some information of how we can improve our roads, not wait 2 years for the city to go ahead and pave it. We need a way to make it look better, to make up for the fact that the dispensary that everybody thinks is beautiful is really just a dispensary in the middle of a thriving community. That's great. That's all I have to say. Mike will finish it up. Thank you.
Hi. Mike Thompson, 1210 Irving, Lawson Park Homeowners Association. 34 years, been living on Irving. Great city. So who are we? We started in 1996 with battling the Nolan brothers who wanted a self-storage, a mini storage down on where the crossings is now. I think the mayor was Dennis Cowan at the time. So this is a big deal. These licenses correspond with, they're even more valuable than liquor licenses. So it's important that we look at this closely tonight. We've been doing park cleanups. We've been involved with the city with some of Bob Wilson's projects. We've worked with the planning department and the city on Lawson Park, Franklin, and the upgrades and the funding and the diverters. So we've got a great history down here, and the city keeps getting better and better and improved at this south end, which is a low to medium income area. That's how we qualify for block grants. So out the gate, we recommend denial for this project. We think it meets in the planning when you can deny in the ordinance that it's not being harmonious with the existing and intended character of our general vicinity and will adversely change the essential residential character of our area. So, with that being said, we, as Bob said, and as Dave said, we've got a plan to coexist. The streets belong to everyone. Traffic's a good problem. That means people want to live, work, shop, dine, entertain, play baseball. They want to come in and out of Royal Oak. A lot of cities would love to have this problem. So our goals with this mitigation, with this project to go along with it as a part of the project approval, if so it is approved, is to orient this proposed dispensary towards Main Street in the central business district to the east, dissuade cut-through traffic with certain devices, calm the traffic down, slow it down, don't close streets, don't put extra stop signs. We're trying to mitigate it and manage it. This will enhance the neighborhood, which is a combination now with all this multi-housing and Bob's projects, is a more community and safe walkability with folks from both types of living units. We'll incorporate, hopefully, environmentally sustainable features in it with shading and bioswales, stormwater management, and we're not going to impact the efficiency of city services. You're still going to be able to get in and out. We're talking about calming. So this concept I want to show you, and thank you, City Manager Brake, for printing these. It's a placeholder. It's a strictly architectural plan, but the overall plan. Do you have this? Okay. So it's to evolve the southern portion of the old truck route. It's still a truck route. It hasn't been changed, although there's no trucks on it. It's to calm traffic, and it's to put gateways on the east and west side. So I trust you have this document. Excellent. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. Sue Gilbert is next from our association.
Good evening, everybody. I know that you're no strangers to the traffic issues in the South End. By the way, I'm Sue Gilbert at 1219 Irving, resident of Royal Oak for 24 years. Unique conditions in our neighborhood include the train, they include the Mohawk traffic exit from the highway, I should say the Bermuda exit from the highway, and they include the DTE substation. All cars routed from the west, routed from the east, and routed from the south by traffic apps are directed to the service drive and to the Bermuda ramp, because everybody knows the Woodward and Main exit is somewhat of a cluster right now. And it creates the path of least resistance to come into downtown Royal Oak. And what we want, what we're asking for, what we'd like everybody to consider is a proactive approach to traffic mitigation. We've talked about traffic mitigation in the past, and with the Delaware and the Harrison 2, we know that we'll have at least an additional 120 unique trips daily, along with all of the other residential projects that are in the area. It's residential traffic. And what's going to happen is we're going to have commercial traffic coming through our neighborhoods to get to the dispensary. We have to find a way to positively mitigate this traffic and keep it out of the neighborhood. There's too much going on in the neighborhood now for this additional traffic to impact it. We have the new park. Again, we have the 2 new developments. We have the 2 existing developments. The traffic flow on Knowles, on Harrison, on Morse, on Parent, and on Irving, coupled with Mohawk and Longfellow, will be just too much for the neighborhood to bear. Any of you that live south of 11 Mile are familiar with cut-through traffic. If you live near Alexander, if you live near Gainsborough, if you live near any of those streets, these traffic apps are routing non-residential traffic through our neighborhoods. What can we do? Let's reach out to them proactively. Let's mitigate this traffic proactively before some tragedy occurs. I thank you for your time.
Good evening. Nancy Poprovsky, Batavia, and the Lawson Park Association. June 21st, 1921, Royal Oak becomes a city. Roads were built first to pave the way for schools, post office, churches, town hall, library, fire, and police department. It took from the early 1800s until 1921 for Royal Oak to become a city. If Royal Oak wasn't built in a day, what is the big rush for this dispensary? The impact of a high traffic volume industry with a crime element is certainly not a good fit for a residential neighborhood. The proposed dispensary would be in a neighborhood. Please drive there and see. And please do not dwell on the state of the art of the dispensary. We are concerned citizens that are concerned about the state of the safety in our neighborhood. The proposed dispensary site will not fit because it's where children, seniors, people of all ages ride bikes, walk every day. And the city worked with our neighborhood to keep diverters in place off of 696 at the south end due to the same safety issues, high traffic volume and crime like a dispensary would bring. By bringing in high traffic volume and crime, it's a known fact, since dispensaries say they need security guards for crime and traffic control. They need security guards. Why would you put a dispensary or any structure without all the infrastructure already in place? That's just asking for problems. This is like putting the cart before the horse, or building a house without a toilet. You have to know where the flow is going to go, or you'll be putting up with a lot of, excuse my English, crap. The dispensary is not a good fit for a residential area, but if there is not a greater, more harmonious vision for a parcel that could certainly stay residential and keep our neighborhoods safe, I say, please wait, do not vote tonight. Get the infrastructure in place first, not the cart before the horse. The dispensary has already admitted needing security for crime and traffic control. All red flags from the beginning. Divert the problem before any structure is built, any structure. Because in your last campaign, I read your flyers, and you said your greatest concern was public safety. You wanted to maintain exceptional public safety, and strong neighborhoods are the foundation of a healthy city. We are trusting you to fulfill these promises. Please do not vote tonight without further study. Thank you so much.
Don't worry, you guys don't have to fasten your seatbelt.
I like it. It's good to see you guys. Hope you're being well. I'm Ron Arnold from 1102 Irving, speaking with the Lawson Park Homeowners Association. I'd like to lightly touch on 5 areas, but I'm the safety guy, so let's talk about the impact that safety has on the proposed in-neighborhood retail operation. Pedestrian safety is number 1. An additional 300 to 600 customer vehicle trips a day for the proposed operation is going to negatively impact nearby residents' quality of life and safety. Never mind the additional trips for product delivery to the store and home delivery operations, security, and employees. We already have a huge traffic problem in close calls, unlawful speeding, and ignoring traffic control signs on East Harrison, especially at the intersections of Knowles and Morse. Number 2 is a walkable city. I think we're all in favor of a walkable city. I know we love bikes too. The additional traffic from the proposed facility will impact our city's efforts at creating this walkable city. This traffic will impact crossing streets and using sidewalks in front of the facility, and also interfere with the pedestrians and parking at the newly renovated Lawson Park, which is dynamite. 26 trains each day, Canadian National and Amtrak, have no idea what is coming with the additional traffic that the proposed new retail establishment will bring to the neighborhood, but they will. The first time that the standing traffic from the establishment infringes on their 2-line grade crossing on East Harrison, they will become very interested indeed. I'm hoping that it doesn't take a fatality to bring attention to this already dangerous crossing. Only 42 yards, about 9 average car lengths from the driveway of the store. Fire Department, Royal Oak Fire Department emergency access. Knowles is a both sides parking street and has existing access issues for normal delivery vans and the occasional tow truck. Add in the normal neighborhood traffic with around 200 relatively new units that we've talked about. And we are concerned that ROFD units cannot access East Harrison via Knowles and will instead have to rely on alternative, slower access via Main Street, where some of the additional traffic for the proposed new retail facility will already be. Possible solutions. The answer to all of these concerns is more effective law enforcement, but we realize that although additional police presence is required at the facility, we can't simply put one of our officers in the area at all times. A backup solution would be the establishment of a neighborhood zone of traffic calming devices, street narrowing, traffic islands, and speed humps, and that no right turn stop sign that they're already promising. These devices would mitigate that deleterious effects of of the proposed development. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mike Drabeck, Irving, Lawson as well. You know, this is really interesting for me. America's a wonderful place to be, and you can start a business and do anything you want, and it's great, and they're doing it, and it's good, and we're going this way. It's like a personal thing for me now because, you know, my daughter, she's 47 inches tall and 23 years old, and she'll never get any taller. And if you ever see around downtown Royal Oak, you'll see her walking this little black lab named Buddha all the time. And all she ever says when she comes back home is that traffic's really crazy through our neighborhood. And, you know, she's a full-time Wayne State student. And, like, it really gets me here because this is really all about money. That's what this really comes down to. Like, whether it's 200 or 600 cars, anybody that owns a business wants 1,000 cars, 5,000 cars, because they want to make a lot of money. So I get it. That's cool. Good. Make a lot of money. But in order to do that, shouldn't we kind of like work together? As the beautiful young lady said, some studies here before we go too far into this where everybody goes, I'm sorry, it sucks. It's really bad now. Because once it's already set up, then where do we go? Do we do this again and say, let's tear stuff down? No, because it's about money again, because it's going to generate revenue. And what's going to happen? Like, people are going to get hurt, things are going to be said, but, you know, in the end result, it seems to me like it doesn't really matter. I heard it said a few times tonight. I agree. I think it's going to happen tonight, and whoever's got the deepest pocket wins. But, you know, a lot of us, do what you're going to do. You know, sell it, whatever. You know, hide behind whatever you want to sell. It's not my business, but, like, let's make some really sensible choices here and think that there's other people involved. There's a lot of kids in this neighborhood. A lot on Irving. And, you know, there's a stop sign right there at Lincoln and, Irving and Don Darrow. There's not a lot of stops there. The Royal Oak Police do an awesome job, let's be clear. There's very little police traffic, and it says no through traffic. I've never seen that enforced. And then it says you can't go through certain hours, which I think was originally because of the school. That's not enforced. I'm not there every 2 seconds to see it, but there's very little police presence through there. So, like, does this get enforced, or do we wait till, like somebody said, somebody gets hurt really bad? So I don't have enough money to pay for all this, so it doesn't really matter. You guys are going to say it, and people over here are going to win because they have more money and they just want more money. So, you know, it doesn't really matter. Everybody's going to get a lot of weed, and they're going to get a new building, so it's cool. Thank you.
Good evening. Alan Ashley, Royal Oak Manor. I'm not a part of any of this stuff. So anyways, Royal Oak Manor, we're finishing up on our big renovation. Hopefully, knock on wood, will be done by the end of May. Today, they started enclosing our balconies, so they'll be fully enclosed for complete year-round use. We're finishing up on the first floor and putting in our new heat pumps in all the apartments. Hopefully in June, we will have an open house, and you can come in and see the drastic changes that have been done to Royal Oak Manor. We're getting excited that it's coming to an end. It's been dust and dirt and unbelievable mess, and our residents are doing very well, living up with contractors coming in out of their apartments and all sorts of stuff. And TV's not working because the cable has to be reorganized. So we're living through all that, and it's getting better. One thing I want to mention is I walked here and I walked through the new park. And one thing I noticed coming here as I coming into the front entrance, I guess, or the back entrance, whatever it is, that pedestrian way, cars don't stop if you're in the middle there. I walked there, a car passed behind me and in front of me, and I was in the middle of the walkway. To me, that seems to be a problem, and it doesn't, just because it says pedestrian, these people are zipping through there. So just wanted to bring that to your attention, that maybe you might want to looking at that area, because I could see if a parent is have a kids coming or going to that park, those cars aren't going to stop, and they go awful fast through that area. So thank you very much, and I will let you know when the open house is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley.
Good evening. Bill Harrison, 2729 Trafford. It's interesting to compare how Clawson and Royal Oak handled the decision as to whether or not to allow marijuana facilities in the city, even though the voters approved marijuana sales in Michigan. The following compares the Clawson voting results to allow marijuana facilities in Clawson versus Clawson voting to allow marijuana facilities in Michigan. Clawson, 2018, election results regarding the state proposal to allow marijuana sales in Michigan, 67% yes, 33% no. However, Clawson in 2021 election results regarding proposals that would allow marijuana facilities in Clawson, two proposals. Proposal 1, allow up to 7 marijuana facilities of various types, including dispensing and growing, 40% yes, 60% no. Second proposal was allow 2 marijuana retail facilities, 39% yes, 61% no. As stated by the Clawson mayor, just because Clawson voters approved the Michigan regulation and taxation of Marijuana Act in 2018 in no way indicates that people want it in their backyards. It was a Clawson City Commission or City Council that voted to refer the two items to the Clawson voters, whereas the Royal Oak City Commission chose to utilize a survey conducted by Cobalt Community Research. The survey represents a random sample of Royal Oak voters who cast ballots in 2018 on the Michigan Proposal 1. Per the survey, allowing marijuana facilities in residential areas, 12% yes, 67% no. Prohibiting marijuana facilities within a specified distance from schools, that's prohibiting now, 73% yes and 20% no. While the city continues to focus on the overall 70% yes and 30% no to allow marijuana facilities in Michigan. Note that the proposed facilities are either adjacent to residential areas or within less than the state statute of 1,000 feet from a school. This is why the City Commission would not put the question to the voters. Once again, you allowed your personal ideology and financial donors to determine your action. And as long as I've got 16 seconds, when the people that are proposing our facilities, one of the criteria for selection, I understand, was that you were a Royal Oak business person. I would like each one of them to identify what facility they operate in Royal Oak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Hi, Brad Margolis, 1200 Knoll Street. I'm here representing Holbrook Auto Parts. So if you're familiar with 1200 Knowles, you would understand that where Knowles meets Harrison, Knowles jets around to the side, and there's only two buildings at the end of Knoll Street on this portion. We recently purchased this property to move our headquarters from Farmington Hills to Royal Oak. We were extremely excited to join this community. Since we actually moved in a few months ago, it's been a complete disaster. Every single day we have cars that pull down the street, not intending to come onto our property, but not realize where they're going. People park their cars there, they get out of their car, they walk around the property, they go to the bathroom on our property, they open our doors, walk into our facility. We're an auto parts company. The nature of our business, we have people working outside, we have people working in the garages, we have people that are in our office space. We can't just leave our doors locked all day. So this has become a disturbance to the operations of our company, and it's also become a safety issue. Now, this is all going on before the proposed dispensary has even opened up next to us. Now, I'm not here to voice any opinion on the intended use of a dispensary in Royal Oak, but I am here to protect the ability of our business to operate effectively and safely. And I think that there's a few things that need to be done to assist us into letting our business properly operate safely. Three simple requests. One, if the city can assist us with installing an electronic gate that gives us audio capability, video capability, so that we can understand who we're letting into our property, that would be a huge help for us. Two, this is the only street I've seen in any city that doesn't have an actual street sign at the end of the road. If you're on your maps on your phone and you're driving looking for Knowles, you wouldn't even know it's there unless you're actually looking on a GPS. There's no physical street sign. I think this would help eliminate a lot of the misunderstanding when people are trying to come to a specific location and not turn down this long road. You can't just turn down this street and turn around unless you go through the gate onto our actual driveway to turn around. There's not enough room to do that. So you have to come onto our property to be able to turn around. So we need to block people on Harrison from turning on our street. And the third thing would be if we could put some type of sign up that either says dead end, do not enter, private property. I think that would help a lot and eliminate a lot of the strangers from pulling down our property that aren't intending to come to our business. So if you guys can assist us with that, we would still be excited to be in Royal Oak. We'd love to be here, but we really need your help because it's been a huge problem so far, and I bet you guys can imagine how much worse it would be, and exponentially worse when that dispensary opens. So,
just real quick, sir, have you reported any of this to the police department, any of the activity the criminal activity?
No, we haven't.
Okay, I saw Chief Moore taking notes, so I mean, the first thing you need to do is get the right folks to address any immediate concerns you have, if there are any, so they can
Yeah,
understand.
that'd be fine. We have reached out to the proposed group for the dispensary and wanted to set up a meeting. We haven't heard anything back.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about specifically about the things you're enduring right now. If there's any sort of people are walking into your building trespassing or whatever,
Yeah, absolutely.
police
And
department will help you
I
right
think that's a
away.
great idea, and I'm happy to do that. But to be honest, I don't think that that's a permanent solution unless we're going to have a police officer stationed permanently outside at the end of our street. I think these other items need to be addressed and done to be able to help prevent us from having to move out of the city. Because we don't want to do that, but there's no way we can operate the way it's going.
Thank you.
My name is Marley Arnold. I live at 1102 Irving Avenue. Speaking on the dispensary potentially being built on Harrison, I've lived a block away from this building all 18 years of my life. I grew up here. I'm fine with weed shops, but I really don't want a dispensary in my backyard, and clearly other people agree with this. I know that the city will make a lot of money from this, but you won't be affected by this. Your kids won't be affected by this. I see that almost everyone opposing this lives in my neighborhood and will be directly impacted by this. So I urge you to listen to the people who have to live with your decision. While smoking in public areas is illegal, people will still do it inevitably. I don't want to have to walk out of my house to welcome traffic and the smell of cannabis, more than I already have to, honestly. I don't think that any of you would want to walk out to that either. I know many kids live in our area, as well as multiple parks attracting a lot more children. I know many of you have kids as well, and how would it make you feel to have your child in this area? I may not be a parent, but I wouldn't want them to go through the smell, the traffic, and all the new people coming to the area. The traffic and new people will bring more danger with them, especially for walking in the area, which I know a lot of us like to do. Please consider that you aren't affecting yourselves, but the community who live here. This is our community. We live here and we are the ones who will be affected by this, so please listen to our objections. Please try to take the money out of this situation and put yourselves in our shoes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you, I think Planning Commissioner Casada said it well. This is more like we don't like the clapping because it delays things, and it's more like a professional business meeting than a ball game. So if we can just keep the clapping and all. Excuse me? You're out of order. You're out of order. Okay? A professional business meeting, more like a corporate. We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
We have to go?
Alrighty, everyone, we're going to return from our recess, call the meeting back to order. I ask that everyone please, if you can find a place to sit and close up the conversations. So I'm calling the meeting back to order. Just a reminder, everybody, under the Open Meetings Act, everyone is welcome to attend any public body, any meeting, and we encourage it and we embrace it. And we're all in this together. We're all trying to make good decisions, but you can't interrupt a meeting, okay? We're just not going to have it. I'm not going to allow it. We're going to do the people's business here. We're going to be respectful of the people. You may not like us. You may not like a decision we make, but we're going to be respectful of the process. And we're going to be respectful of the people of Royal Oak, because this is their building, and we're going to follow the rules, all right? Okay, sir.
Hello, my name is Ronald Goodman. I live at 504 Parkdale in the city of Royal Oak, obviously. I've been a resident of Royal Oak for about 8 years, and my family has had businesses in Royal Oak since the mid-1970s. First of all, I think it's important to thank the Commission for all the time that each of you put into this, to making these decisions, to reading all the material, and getting involved. It's truly what makes the community great, and we all thank you for that. As far as the project that's before you today, the Gatsby project, I'm here to tell you that I'm in support of it. The voters of Royal Oak in 2018 overwhelmingly voted for recreational marijuana. The Gatsby project is at a location that I think makes sense in an industrial area. and I don't believe it brings harm to anybody in the community. I stood before this commission about 9 years ago with a development project. Heard a lot of the same things: not enough parking, too much congestion. Ultimately, the commission made the right decision and approved the project. And 9 years later, there's great businesses located there. Our project is a good part of the subdivision. It's a good community. It shares parking with other businesses next door. And so, thankfully, they made the right decision back then. And so, again, I would encourage a yes vote on the Gatsby project. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Barton Morris. I'm an attorney that has been practicing law here in the city of Royal Oak for the past 10 years at 520 North Main Street. I'm also a former resident. I'm also a cannabis attorney. I am not an attorney that's associated with any of the litigation that is currently pending. I am not an attorney that is being paid or representing any of the selected entities. I am an advocate of marijuana, and I'm an advocate of commercial facilities, and I have been doing a lot of marijuana law for quite some time. So I think it is important that I make my voice heard today and tell you that in my experience, in my very learned experience, dealing with the Cannabis Regulatory Agency and with compliance issues, I know for a fact that to date, there have been no published investigations as it relates to the delivery of marijuana by a commercial facility to a minor. This, I believe, is very important to understand. That is not an issue that we are dealing with in the cannabis industry. Cannabis companies spend a lot of money, as you probably recognize, on trying to and obtaining licenses in order to be able to have their businesses. Yet that is not an issue that is currently being faced by commercial facilities. I still have yet to fully understand why cannabis companies, commercial cannabis facilities are placed at a different level of scrutiny than alcohol facilities. The city has obviously a number of alcohol facilities, but you very rarely hear any type of complaint with regard to their activities, when I believe that most people recognize that alcohol is much more dangerous than marijuana. When I was in high school, there was a liquor store that was right around the corner in Bloomfield Hills. Never did I ever enter that store, despite the fact that I perhaps may have used it once or twice when I was in high school. Never even thought about it, nor did my parents ever complain that it was there. Why? It's because alcohol is much more commonly it's commonly accepted in our communities. And that's the way cannabis is going to be one day. I'm quite certain of it. So the fact that there are so many that are so against commercial facilities in a city where the city permits it and where the city select it, I just disagree with wholeheartedly. I was handed a ballot this morning, on the way in, not a ballot, a piece of paper that said that the state law prohibits cannabis facilities from being next to a school, 1,000 feet away from a school. That is not true. The state law permits the city to decide whether they should be, and if the city hasn't decided, then it would be 1,000 feet away. This city has decided that this particular school next to Gatsby is permissible, and quite frankly, there's no reason why it shouldn't be permitted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Hello, Rick Karlowski, 419 Virginia. I'm also here to talk about the marijuana proposals before you. First of all, I'm really disappointed in the process that has gone on here. This is, for a commission that wants to thrive itself on transparency, this has not been a very transparent process. To this day, I do not know the other 30 applicant locations. We do not know if other locations would be less impactful for neighborhoods or next to a school or anything else, because we don't know where they are. We do not know what the actual criteria for picking the two winners are, except for one, which I'll get to in a minute. They haven't been published. The criteria has not been published. How the factors were weighted has not been published. None of that's been published. One of the things that has been published is that there's supposed to be the business owners are supposed to have, or one of the applicants is supposed to have a business in Royal Oak for 2 years. The Gatsby program doesn't have it. So how did it even win? The other thing is that the attorney is incorrect. Yes, the state law says 1,000 feet, unless the city commission rules, not the city attorney, the city commission. This august body has not said that. Therefore, the Gatsby proposal has not been okayed by the city commission as far as the 1,000-foot rule prior to it being selected. So once again, I don't know how this is happening. Now, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, we want to have a dispensary, fine, but let's find out what the least impactful places are and why they're selected. If you don't want conspiracy theories started, then be public about it. Because right now, the two leading contenders, the first two applications that were approved, just so happen to have their legal representation and architect for the Gatsby big contributors to this, the commission, and the one on Harrison is also is a big contributor to candidates to this commission as well. Was that an influence? I don't know, but at least let's have the public forum to find out where everybody else was, so we can see what's going on here. And finally, on another note, apparently you want to spend $36,000 or $35,000 to pay for EMS support for the winter festival, which was not in the contract. The promoter was supposed to pay for that. Now, the fact that we couldn't get the ROFD to come up with it and decided to outsource it is not the point. If the ROFD would have done it, the promoter would have had to pay for our costs. If they pay for our costs, then they should pay for the costs for the outstanding, for the contracted EMS, and not the city coming back with another $30,000 check for this thing. Thank you.
Good evening. Alex Schneider. I live on Knowles. Okay. Drunk driving is illegal, but alcohol isn't. Today, marijuana is legal in Michigan. It's still illegal under the federal law. So if you approve in these type of facilities, you have a conflict with the federal law. It's a Schedule I drug. City attorney needs to look into it. You can't just ignore the federal law. Second thing, the decision to allow marijuana facilities near the neighborhood, near the school, is a wrong decision. Why is it a wrong decision? There's no setbacks. There is nothing prohibiting people that currently smoking marijuana and driving their vehicles high, intoxicated with a drug, lining up outside marijuana businesses. I see it all the time. You can see smoke coming out the windows. You can smell it. Some people will argue maybe there is a dead skunk in the back of their cars, but I don't think so. I think it's marijuana. So, do we want that in our neighborhoods? Would you want that next to your house, Mr. Mayor? I don't think so. That neighbor doesn't want it. That school doesn't want it. You bent on putting it there, okay? Your determination for location for marijuana dispensaries, downtown Royal Oak, no, it's not suitable. Woodward Avenue, it's not suitable. Businesses don't want it there. But the neighborhood is suitable and the school is suitable? I don't think so. You're going to regret that decision.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Stephanie Somerville. I am a Royal Oak resident. I live at 4249 Samoset. I bought my house on Samoset in Royal Oak nearly 10 years ago. I bought in Royal Oak because it's a central location to downtown Birmingham and Royal Oak, and crime rates are low and we've got great schools. I did not buy on Samoset to live next door to a dispensary. I oppose Best Life's cannabis or special land use and SP 22-03-03. This is going to increase the through traffic on my street, potential crime from people who do not live in the neighborhood, and it will absolutely destroy my resale value. I spent 10 years building that resale value. I ask you to reconsider, and I ask you to oppose this dispensary from being placed next to my home. It's right next door. It's going to be my new neighbor. I just want to thank the council for their time, and I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Hi, Richard Gage, Kaiser, north of Lincoln. I'm not exactly here to speak on the marijuana. I have something else here. But I'm going to just one quick comment. I was recently hit by a car in Woodward in December, and that when I hear these people talking about their daughter walking in all the traffic issues and whatnot, I just say, real serious sort of issue to mitigate that before you can. I have a long-term business in Hazel Park where all that medical marijuana was coming in early on. I was involved in understanding that, and a lot of the promises and things that are listed in all the contracts about filtration and whatnot, they don't really work very well. My business, I can smell this. I have one facility, a grow facility, 4 buildings down from me, and you can just smell it. You can smell it all over. It's a real serious thing. All those details that you think you have covered, I just punch them up. My real reason for being here, because I had been hospitalized. I missed saying anything about the Main Art Theater, so I want to say we want to do whatever we can to save the Main. It's an important part of our community. It's a historical sort of thing. It's a just a personal sort of thing that a lot of people, I think, can rally around. And so I never was on the record for that, so that's what I was here today for. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gage.
Hello, I'm Dan Godek at 1121 East 3rd Street. I want to thank you guys for your time and effort serving on the commission. I appreciate it. I'm not here to talk about the marijuana dispensary, but some traffic committee and safety concerns. I'm not always here to represent the traffic committee, and thank you for continuing to appoint me to that. I appreciate it. But when controversial issues come before you from the traffic committee, I really encourage you to ask me and the committee some tougher questions. I think we could have both done a better job when like a road diet is being proposed. I'm just using that as an example because I think a road diet in certain areas is an improvement. But for example, on that, ask questions that uncover the unintended consequences, the possible negatives. If you get those objections handled, then you know you're doing the right thing. So I think we could have communicated the traffic committee position a little bit better to you guys, and like to improve that. And another note real quick, April, I know it's coming down to the end of the month, but it was National Traffic Safety Administration makes April the Distracted Driver Awareness Month. So I'm not going to read you a bunch of statistics, but don't text and drive. If you have some kids, there's a couple of applications, one called Lifesaver, one called Drive Safe, where it detects your phone is moving and you can't text. The state of Michigan has a law against it. It's not tough enough. But if there's one thing that I consider that I've been doing well, is being passionate about traffic safety in our community. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Godek.
Hello, my name is Josh Boggs. I live at 735 Gardenia Avenue. Although it isn't on the agenda today, I'm here to urge the city commissioners to begin a careful and nuanced consideration of the fate of the Main Art Theater. The development plans for this theater will likely come before the city commission in the next month. It may appear to be an easy decision to approve these plans, but I hope a short review of the site's history will show the commission that this plot demands a building which contributes creatively and fully to the cultural life of the city. This plot was the family homestead of Jacob Erb, who moved to Royal Oak in 1873 and may safely be considered one of the town's founding figures. He was the first federal postmaster and a board member of our first national bank. His daughter, Clara Kidder, was the first board president of the Royal Oak Public Library. I look at the mayor and the commissioners, and I know that each of you understand the affection for this city which these roles must impart. In 1940, Jacob Erb's son, son-in-law, and daughter decided to develop the site of their family homestead, a site affectionately known as Erb Corners, into the first significant development north of 11 Mile. They decided to build a movie theater there because it was 1940 and Americans were facing war overseas and depression at home, and their hearts and minds and souls needed uplifting. So the Erb family decided to make this investment in a building that answered a public need and promised to give continuously and substantively back to the public. And they built it on their family's homestead. That theater, as you know, has been there ever since, and in no small way. In 1958, Eleanor Roosevelt gave a talk there. In the cynical 1970s, it was one of Disney's top cinemas nationwide. In other words, it was a place for families. In the 90s, it became an art theater, a place that drew people to our city. This is what we're losing. You may have been told that the City Commission has no role in interfering with private developments, or that it cannot alter design proposals. But you have an obligation, which the Planning Commission does not, to consider the larger picture of Royal Oak's cultural landscape. If the plans for this site don't fit the master plan for the city, if they don't live up to the legacy of the family which decided that the northeast corner of 11 and Main should be a site for the public benefit of this city, then I hope you will consider it your responsibility to demand something more creative and fulfilling and public serving from the property owners. The city deserves this. So I hope you'll think carefully on this in the coming weeks as this decision approaches. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I hope you're well. My name is Brad Fouché, and I live at 430 Linden Avenue. Although I came here primarily to speak about the proposed exotic animal ordinance, I'd first like to say a brief word about the proposed dispensary sites. I feel that existing law already restricts access to those retail sites, and that further restricting their location for fear of impact to schools or neighborhoods is unreasonable. I feel that the complaints of traffic and other neighborhood impact is exaggerated, and that marijuana users are being unfairly vilified. I also heard a lot of NIMBY tonight, literally heard that they don't want it in their backyard. It appears to me that the opposition to these sites is mainly opposition to marijuana in general, and we've already voted on that previously and approved dispensary sites by vote. I'm in favor of approving those proposed sites. Okay, now regarding the pending exotic animal ordinance. I am in general in favor of this ordinance preventing certain animals being kept as pets. I understand that a number of modifications to the ordinance have been proposed, and I would like to voice my support for modification of the ordinance with some version of the ordinance with some modifications. I do feel that certain animals should not be, could likely be dangerous to our citizens and pets, makes sense, namely the caracal cats that initiated this discussion. I live within a few blocks of the house where the caracals resided, and I thoroughly agree that they should not be allowed within our city limits. I am concerned, however, about potential overreach of the proposed ordinance. Not all exotic pets are dangerous, nor do they pose a risk to our community. Indeed, not all, quote, exotic animals are even uncommon. There are a wide variety of common reptiles, amphibians, insects, and other animals that might be considered, quote, exotic, yet have a long, well-established history of safely being kept as pets with no harm or risk to their owners or others. I myself have had a snake for over 7 years and have never had a problem at all. I know many people who have frogs, chinchillas, lizards, and likewise they have posed absolutely no risk to the community. I'd like to request that the Commission modify the existing ordinance to restrict those animals that truly pose a risk, yet exclude those animals that have a long history of safety and pose no risk at all. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Will DeSessa. I'm at 3160 Greenfield. I'm here today to speak specifically to item 8. That is the recommendation on the special land use permit and site plan for the retailer, processor, and Class C grower at 5130 Meyer Drive. The Michigan Regulation and Taxation of Marijuana Act states in very plain terms, there must be a 1,000-foot buffer between an adult use marijuana store and a school. The proposed retail store by PGSH Holdings, otherwise known as Gatsby, is only 88 feet from the Oakland Schools Technical Center This is in plain violation of the MRTMA. The OSTC and its representatives have contacted the city numerous times over the last year, well before the city awarded any municipal license lots, to warn the city that awarding a license for a marijuana retailer within 1,000 feet of the OSTC would violate both state law and the city's own ordinance, and that it would be challenged. As far as I know, nothing has changed regarding the OSTC's position. Not only is it likely that the OSTC or a group of parents and students, or both, will file suit challenging Gatsby's license if it is approved, but other applicants have already brought 4 separate lawsuits challenging Gatsby's proposed location as a violation of the 1,000-foot buffer requirement. Despite the OSTC's objections, despite pending and anticipated legal challenges, and despite the Planning Commission's vote to deny Gatsby's site plan based on the concerns over that same 1,000-foot buffer, Mayor Fournier and some of the commission members are eager to do Gatsby's bidding, it seems, to ram this license through tonight, treating the students and teachers of the OSTC like second-class steerage, like an afterthought, like they don't really attend a high school. So allow me to pose a question to the commission tonight. If Gatsby was proposing a marijuana store with 88 feet of Royal Oak High School, would you vote to approve the license? What if Gatsby was proposing a marijuana store within 88 feet of Royal Oak Middle School? Or how about 88 feet of Keller Elementary School or Northwood Elementary School? Let me pose it this way. If some applicant other than Gatsby, or some applicant not sponsored by former Mayor Cowan, was proposing a retail store within 88 feet of the OSTC, would you still vote to approve the license? I think anyone who's followed the issues in this process knows what the answers would be. But perhaps the more salient question is why you are so willing to throw the students at OSTC under the proverbial bus. Is it because technical trade students don't deserve the same considerations and protections as other students? Is it because the OSTC is perceived to serve students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds as other schools? Is your disregard for the law or the ordinance, or for the OSTC students and parents, a moment more briefly?
Next.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Excuse me?
Who's being biased?
All right, we're going to take another few minutes.
Oh.
All right. I'm just waiting on a couple commissioners. Before we start, once again, I want to make sure everybody understands that this is a professional meeting here. We want to be respectful of everybody that comes to the podium here. We don't want to interrupt the meeting. That's not allowed. Everyone is here to speak their mind at the podium. We give you your 3 minutes. Interrupting the meeting only makes this thing go longer into the night. So we have to maintain decorum. We have to make sure that we're respectful of everybody, and most important, that we're respectful of the people of Royal Oak, because this is their meeting. Okay? All right. Back to order. Sorry, ma'am.
My name is Patsy Reggio. I live at 1403 Smith Avenue, Royal Oak, Michigan. Okay, here's a little history class first. George Washington became, I told you before, you probably don't remember, the government starts here. By the people, for the people. That's our country. If you don't like what we do in our country and we don't work it that way, you don't need to be here and represent the people. George Washington was elected on April 30th of 1789, and then the Constitution, all the states are ratified, so the Constitution finally by May 1790. Now, at that time, a new Congress was elected and immediately went to work. Law courts were set up, and the new government seemed strong and sound. But still, some Americans worried. They believed that certain important rights of people were not protected under the Constitution, so to ease the fears, Congress proposed some additions to the Constitution. The first 10 additions of amendments are known as the Bill of Rights. In part, they state that the people have the right to say what they want, go where they want, pray to God, and other, of course, in our country now, any religion we respect. You worship as you wish. They want, without fear of the government will stop them. Okay, the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was in 1868. The 14th Amendment says, okay, the 14th Amendment, and you know this, forbids laws that unfairly deny citizens the rights and guarantees equal protection under the law. All of these wonderful people in Royal Oak, thank God for them. They are so smart. I don't care what degree you have. if you don't have common sense, doesn't work with your degree or how you care about the people. And the one gentleman said he didn't think any minors were getting it. I don't know if you remember the brave young lady that came up here. And she said she knew, she was wonderful, she said she knew that she didn't smoke marijuana, but she knew kids that were getting it from people that were buying it for them. Also, Canada did a study of 6,000 pregnant women expecting babies. Now, this 600,000. This doesn't mean it's across the board. Autism happens, but they did have proof that marijuana can cause autism. Our police, our firemen, look about the reservists that died saving those people swimming across. We have policemen. There's going to be crime. There's going to be awful things happening in the city. And I asked you before, look in the mirror. Be heroes. You don't have to have marijuana here. You don't have to have it. Alcohol, they said that marijuana in this book, I gave it to Judy, I called today to see if you guys even perused it. They're not getting taxes from the money in Colorado, and alcohol is a physical, I know, alcohol is a physical, but marijuana is a neurotoxic substance. I'm just a regular mom.
Ma'am, thank you. I'm sorry.
Please don't put this through. You will regret it. These people love this city.
Ma'am, thank you.
Bob Muller, 625 South Altadena. I'm tired from standing. I may trip a little on my words. I'm in favor of the Gadsby facility. When they first started looking at that property, they apparently asked the question, what the heck's this woods behind our property, or the property that they wanted to get? And they were told that's a nature park, and they were given the name of the Royal Oak Nature Society to maybe tell them what's going on there. And they asked for a tour, and we took them on a tour. They seemed to be very pleased and think it was really neat, the stuff we were doing, and very interested in a lot of questions. And we started looking at, wow, this is going to be great, because I'll tell you what, the businesses to the west of Cummingston Park have been a mess and a problem for 20 years with the crap that gets dumped into our park. I've seen the kind of building that they wish to make. It's going to completely solve that problem. Maybe the other business on that street can be changed into something that will solve the problem. It's in an industrial area. It's near a school. Okay, everybody's said a lot about that. There's all kinds of facilities to keep a minor from walking into their facility. You could go over to Myers and walk in and buy tobacco and alcohol. Theirs is going to be secured. It isn't like no school child has ever not heard of marijuana, but I am sort of hoping that this looks to me like, of the different sites, the most secure, the most away from neighborhoods. I think of that more than schools. And traffic-wise, you're not going to have any problem there at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Muller.
Good evening. My name is Tony Malika. I'm a resident at 1040 Mohawk. I've been a Royal Oak resident and property owner for 22 years, and I'm here to speak against the proposed dispensary on Harrison Avenue. I live in the neighborhood, and I'm just against a high-traffic retail operation, whether it was marijuana or McDonald's. I don't care. It doesn't belong in our neighborhood, and I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Phil Botchek. I live in 33 on Harrison condos, directly adjacent to the property. I was here in the last hearing, did a kind of personal impact story, had everything down to the second in terms of my speech. So speaking a little bit off the cuff here, more, I guess, anecdotal. Since that hearing, it's been tough for me to reconcile the fact that every single community that we talked to, we came together, every single surrounding, whether it's association or housing community is pretty vehemently opposed to this. Every family member that comes to my house, every friend that I kind of high level speak to about this thinks it's ludicrous to put something like that where it's proposed, whether that's a Chick-fil-A, a Taco Bell, or high volume marijuana dispensary. In the presentations that we were sitting through last time, it's great, the green initiatives. I love it. I think that it's good somewhere. Unfortunately, I think what the residents care about the most are, number one is location and number two is safety, and I think those are very closely intertwined. And unfortunately, if location was a very high criteria, then I don't know if we would pick one that's next to a high school and next to, right in the middle of a condo complex. So that's, again, the part that is really tough for me. And I understand this is a difficult situation about where to put these. We did vote them in, and I support that, but it should be tough. This is a high-volume retail location, and the impact of that should be very, very carefully considered. Every day I come, I pull up to my condo, and again, 100 feet from where this proposed entrance should be, and I question, said my piece, everyone's against it, we come in and we still feel like we're behind the 8 ball. And that dynamic, and if I really question, do I want to be a part of that going forward? And that's a real thought I have like every day when I pass that. We work together to come up with some proposals to mitigate, which, at the very minimum, I really hope you guys strongly consider that. There's real residents that live here. There's real residents that are going to be very severely impacted by this location. And, if the residents, I think the 70-30 dynamic has been said many times. And, the proposals mentioned that maybe the 30% are just the people coming here and speaking. That's just simply not true. I think if the residents of Royal Oak were to vote on these locations, and you put one that's next to a high school, the other one's next to a condo, I don't think you'll get the same results. So, I just want you guys to consider those options and consider me as I'm living directly next to it. So thanks for your time, and really appreciate you guys hearing everyone out on this.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. So my name is Sebastian Altherio. I live at 432 South Washington Avenue. So I'm a former business owner, as well as I own multiple properties in Royal Oak that I rent out, 2 of which are a block away on Parent Street, 112 and 116. So like the gentleman before me just said, I think the commission should take a look at where they are in relation to residential areas. Royal Oak, we have spoken, we do want the dispensaries. We do want, obviously, marijuana in the city. But I would say, just implore, the commission to look at, what the best area would be. In this case, I would say it would be an industrial area such as, the Meyer Drive area would be. So we want marijuana, just not maybe in a residential location and in a more industrial location. So that was it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Leroy Asher. My business address is 150 West Jefferson, Suite 2500, Detroit, Michigan. I am here this evening representing the Oakland schools. And specifically as to the Gatsby's location, which is number 8 on your agenda tonight. The Oakland Schools Technical Center, as many members have pointed out, and their measurements are correct, is 88 feet from the Gatsby's location. I'm not aware of any community that has approved a marijuana facility within 88 feet of a school, anywhere. I will not attempt, I will just reference that there's a letter that was, I believe, delivered to you and as part of your record and part of your packet. I will not attempt to go through that, and many of the other people this evening have spoken on some of the same points, so I'll try to do this very quickly. 2 key points I'll bring to your attention. One, and it's been made tonight, the local ordinances require a 1,000-foot buffer from schools with a K-12 curriculum. That's what you have here. People have said that, well, maybe it's not a school, but it is a school. There are students that take classes at this school that take a math class at their traditional high school and take a culinary arts class at this school. Those are the same students, and at the same point that one of the previous speakers made, if this was to be located 88 feet from Royal Oak High School, you would think very differently about it than you do about this. And most respectfully, I think you should treat these students in this school the same way that you would treat at a middle school or a high school that's part of the traditional curriculum, if you will. Second, as to the state statute, the Michigan Regulation and Taxation of Marijuana Act also requires a 1,000-foot buffer. Now, people have spoken tonight about the possibility that you could vary from that in some fashion. And you can if there's a deviation that's been approved, but there are requirements to do that. You have to change your ordinance, not your attorney. You have to change your ordinance, and then it also requires a recommendation from the Planning Commission. As you know, your Planning Commission voted to deny this request, not to approve this request. And so for these reasons, because there has not been a proper deviation, because state law has not been followed, and because this particular location does not meet your ordinance criteria, for all of these reasons, and for the many stated tonight, we would most respectfully ask that you do two things. One is to follow the recommendation of your Planning Commission, and two is to deny this request. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ash.
Good evening. My name is Dustin Crabb. I live at 1523 Etowah. I've been a resident for about since 2013. Ideally, I don't think a dispensary in a residential area is good. I do feel, though, in an industrial industry would be the best for us. I think that the Gatsby project is a good idea. But as a side note, I do have a friend who suffers from MS, and I have seen how medical marijuana has helped their pain management. And I do feel that having a dispensary in Royal Oak would be beneficial for the residents of Royal Oak. Thanks.
Thank
you. Hello, my name is Daniel. I'm at 2121 Dallas Avenue. And I'm just here to say I also agree. I think the Gatsby location is perfect for traffic instead of having one right in residential. Just like the previous speaker, I've also had someone close in my life that's been directly affected. My uncle suffered from cancer, unfortunately, and he turned to cannabis to ease the pain that he was having. That's something that we want people to have access to. Now, as far as crime that I heard, mentioned earlier, I actually did some research, and it appears that Ferndale has not had any issue with crime, though they have multiple dispensaries, and they've actually voted last year to allow more.
Hello, my name is George Elkind. I'm a resident of Hamtramck and a local film critic, frequently appearing in the Detroit Metro Times. It probably won't surprise you that I'm here to speak about the main art, though that's not on the agenda for tonight. I think the decision, if approved, the decision to demolish the main art would eliminate a resource that there's really no hope of ever regaining here. Movies as a form, for one, as an institution, the main art is a magnet to the area. People can come from all over. It is what people build their nights around. It often has played unique works that otherwise wouldn't even be playing in the metro area, many of which are not best experienced at home. Movies as a form have a kind of social component, but especially in a theater, where they encourage you not only to be open to other people's perspectives, reflected on the screen or in the voices in play in the medium, but the people sitting next to you, the people around you, to kind of have it's a kind of core experience, I think, of public life. To be clear, there are many models for running spaces like this that other cities like Royal Oak have implemented successfully. Pittsburgh has a theater run by the city's Arts Trust. There's the Farmington Civic Theater. There are many kind of publicly, nonprofit, or institutionally run theaters, and I'd encourage the commission to appoint a task force, perhaps with members of the Historical Commission or invested parties, to come up with solutions that preserve this creative resource in the community. I think the main art's utility isn't just limited to film. It could be a source of festivals, of music, of film, of other arts. It's a very flexible space, ultimately, I think, and could be retrofitted for an even wider array of events. To be clear, I think this is more than a heritage issue, though that's very important. I think if you're eliminating a space like this, you're really losing a potential to kind of, provide a real source of joy, a real center of community, and, something that this condo building, it's a very generic proposal. It's not providing anything that, anything like what the space that's there does already. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, members of council. My name is Brendan Cradell. I live at 210 East Camborne in Ferndale. I hope you'll pardon an interloper. I wanted to echo some of the remarks of the previous speaker. I'm an associate professor and the incoming director of film at Oakland University, though I'm not here representing the university tonight. I'm also a partner in the consultancy Media Urbanism, which works with cities and mission-driven organizations on media, arts, and urban-related issues. And I wanted to make two specific points regarding the Maine to the council. I think that one of the real success stories of Royal Oak has been the thriving entertainment cluster at 11 in Maine, which in turn supports a broader ecosystem of restaurants, bars, and other retail establishments throughout the area. And downtown Royal Oak has benefited from the presence of two complementary theaters in the Imagine and the Main Art. The films and the audiences across those two theaters may sometimes be quite different, but both support the surrounding establishments and have been critical to maintaining both the cultural and economic vitality of the downtown core. We have research from the Americans for the Arts that show that on average, patrons to theaters spend roughly $37. This is beyond the price of a ticket when they go out to the movies. So losing that kind of economic impact is a real critical blow to the hospitality sector of any downtown core. And the second point that I'd want to make is to challenge both you as members of council, but everyone in the community to think in infrastructural terms when we talk about culture and the arts. I'm reminded on the way here tonight that the investments that the city makes in roads and sidewalks and sewers are to ensure a diversity of use in the downtown core ultimately. So as we begin to imagine what a post-pandemic future looks like in our downtown spaces, we're all challenged to think about how we can build the kind of infrastructure that we need to support the culture that we want, both for ourselves and for our children. Simply because the world has changed with COVID does not mean that we need to accept that we cannot have what we want. If what we want is a vibrant arts and culture scene in downtown Royal Oak, and if we agree that the Main is an important part of that, then what we need are new models to ensure its continued vitality into a second century. Could a newly reimagined Main strike an operational partnership with a university, say mine? Certainly, we see examples of this, as in cases like the Bryn Mawr Film Institute in Pennsylvania. Or could it be structured in such a way as to be a foundation and membership-supported institution, like the Alamo in Buckport, Maine, or closer to home, the Michigan here in Ann Arbor? Admittedly, these are complicated issues that fall outside of the direct remit of council to answer, but sometimes the complexity of issues masks simple underlying questions. Is downtown Royal Oak more vibrant, robust, and successful with the Main? I would submit to you that the answer is, in a word, yes. And if we agree on that, then I think we need to get to the hard work of figuring out how to come to a mutually beneficial solution for all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. I appreciate the time you're giving tonight. My name is Jason Krzyzak. I live at 55 Wellesley in Pleasant Ridge, Michigan, right down the road. It took me 22 minutes to walk here from my driveway, and I'll just share with you, that was the reason my wife and I chose to purchase a home in Pleasant Ridge, was because of the proximity to downtown Royal Oak, and also particularly because of the proximity to the Main Art Theater. So I understand, and I very much respect this is the house for the citizens of Royal Oak, and I appreciate your comments tonight in that regard, Mayor. But I would also let you know that, especially when it comes to the Main Art, this is a regional issue that people care very deeply about. Pleasant Ridge, when I was on the commission, I was on for 2 terms, 8 years, so I understand where you're at right now. We did a survey in Pleasant Ridge, and one of the questions on our survey was, what do you consider your downtown? We don't have a downtown. If you've driven up Woodward at 40 miles an hour, you've been through downtown Pleasant Ridge. A majority of our residents said that they consider Royal Oak their downtown. Now, that was 10 years ago. Obviously, there's a lot that's changed since then, but just discussions with my neighbors and residents, there's a strong feeling that Huntington Woods Pleasant Ridge, Madison Heights, really look to this community for a center for all ranges from educational to entertainment. So I really appreciate you giving the time tonight and considering this issue. I would like to say, because I know Dennis is here, Dennis Cowan, has been in his representation of Jordan Jonah and the property owners at that location, has been very open to us. We've had 2 productive meetings that were open and cordial. There was no agreement that was reached, but I did want to note that the property owner has been open to conversations, and we've really appreciated that. I did want to say that I know there's a big ask of you every night, every meeting. There's an ask of this commission. I would say I would echo Congressman Andy Levin's sentiments when he attended our rally earlier this month, and Andy committed himself to working as a facilitator for a win-win solution at the main art properties. I would come to you with the same request to help facilitate a solution that is a win for the property owner, a win for the city of Royal Oak, and a win for the people of the Metro Detroit and Michigan region who care so dearly about the main art theater. And I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Daniel Sharon. Thank you for taking the time to speak with me. I live at 4840 Briarwood Avenue. So I'm here on behalf of, we definitely need a cannabis company in the city of Royal Oak. It's got many beneficial reasons. Kind of sound like a lot of the gentlemen behind me or before me. My father actually passed from cancer, and last year as well. And cannabis was the only thing that pretty much helped him through his pain, helped him sleep, whether it was chocolates or stuff like that as well too. So the reason why I'm at 4840 Briarwood, and I'm speaking on behalf of tonight for the Gatsby location, is that I am walking distance from there. If you looked it up on Google Maps, I'm 0.4 miles. I do quite a bit of walking. I walk all over the city of Royal Oak, Clawson, walk all over. You'll see me with the headphones in and backpack on. I walk by that technical university just about every day, if not every other day. I believe the flow of traffic, the business district, the industrial business would be the best location for that, for the Gatsby. Again, I walk by the school quite a bit. I think it'll benefit that area quite a bit. The student, I've never seen a student out front. It is the parking lot's in the back of the building, so when they're saying 88 feet, it is a lot farther than that as far as the actual students' traffic. I've never seen the parking lot full. They do pride themselves on smaller classes, so I believe it'll have no negative effect on the Oakland Schools Technical Campus right there. And thank you very much for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jason Bentley. I'm a homeowner at 801 Forestdale Road in Royal Oak. I've lived in this area in Ferndale as well for about the last 9 years. I lived in Ferndale prior to this, and during that time I lived there in a period where it did and did not have distribution centers for marijuana. And what I can say from my experiences, I did not see increase in crime. I did not see an increase in open use, but I did see an increase in traffic. So when I saw that they were doing potentially 3 locations, I wanted to come up and speak about that and basically say that I believe it should not be in such a close vicinity to downtown Royal Oak, the Harrison location. I think everybody can agree Woodward does not need any more traffic, but a location such as the Meyer one that's literally built for retail traffic would be ideal, and it's still a good way for the city to earn taxable income from it. So, thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I know we've been here a while. Looks like I think there's only a couple people behind me, but my name is Stephen Kambarov. I'm a resident of Royal Oak. I live on 432 South Washington here downtown, so I'm aware of the traffic issues and everything, probably better than most, living right downtown here. I'm also a former business owner, owned the property on 111 South Main Street, also here downtown. So I'm aware of some of the positive impacts that bringing legalized cannabis to the community can have. I know that that's something that past with an overwhelming majority within Royal Oak in 2018 as far as recreational marijuana. So I know that, you know, the representation here tonight isn't always a representation of the entire city and the demographics, but just something to keep in mind kind of as we go through this. I know that when we've had these discussions on, you know, some of the locations that are looking at opening, kind of two main things were brought up, you know, one being the traffic, and I agree. Traffic's already a problem here. There's a lot of areas that suffer from traffic, and I think opening it up in a very residential area may bring more traffic to unwanted areas. However, in an area like the Meyer location, I think it's a perfect area as far as traffic already. The Meyer is there, and I know that the school being very close is something that's been brought up a few times. You know, something to keep in mind is that the actual legal age to smoke the marijuana is not changing from 21. You know, this isn't something that's going to be accessible. I know growing up, I also had a school that was very close to a liquor store, and I view this no different, in my honest opinion. It's something that has been legalized locally, so I do believe that that's something that'll bring a lot of benefits to the community. Thank you for your time.
Carol Hennessy, Royal Oak. I'm the president of the Royal Oak Memorial Society, and I'm just letting everyone know that we will be cleaning veterans' graves May the 7th and May the 14th at Oakview Cemetery, which is the cemetery on Rochester Road next to the Rite Aid. We start at 10 a.m. in the morning, and if you go inside the cemetery, you'll see a pond, and we gather just at the back of the pond. And we will also be placing flags on May the 28th at 10 a.m. at the same cemetery. We have over 2,000 flags that we have to put out. So we invite Cub Scouts, Girl Scouts, baseball teams, football teams. We've had a lot of the students from our schools come and help us with that. We also ask if you bring shovels or rakes and rags and water to wipe off the headstones of the veterans. Okay, another matter, the commission, I hope you please listen to the citizens and put this marijuana out of the neighborhoods. I think having it by the school in the neighborhood is a bad idea. And then my main topic that I'd like to talk about, I would just like to tell you about what happened to me the past couple of weeks going south on Washington. I almost got hit by a car coming out of a space in front of Pronto's. There was a truck parked next to the small car, and as the small car was trying to get out, it almost hit me. Another inch and there would have been a crash. The driver of the other car was just as shaken up as I was. This backing in is the worst. Then trying to back into a parking spot is just as bad. First of all, the car behind you won't let you back up. So you have to go around the block, and then when you come around, the space is gone. I feel sorry for the businesses on Washington. People don't want to come back after experiencing all these parking issues. Then I tried to park at a side street at a meter and did what the directions told me to do, and the meter kept on showing me that it was expired. I had put money in it, and after 15 minutes of trying to put money in it and doing what it told me to do, it still said expired. So I called the parking officer at the police station. He says, I'll be right there. He came, he tried, and it took him 3 or 4 times to finally get it working. By this time, over half an hour had gone by, and
Thank you, Ms.
okay, it's just bad. It needs to go.
Hello, my name is John Galetka on Royal Avenue in Royal Oak. Your vote tonight to approve the Gatsby Cannabis Farm across the street from the OSTC is about family values, teen health, and their brain development. Your bad location for a pot farm represents encouragement through normalization that goes against what their teachers are teaching them in school. Rather than a beacon of how to run a great city, your vote tonight will put our city in a bad light forever, with the lasting image of pot farms across from schools, political contributions and cronyism, and the huckster image you represent. You can see in Oakland County election records in this campaign brochure from last election that Dennis Collins supports the mayor. We know that. And we have Pat Prush over here. We're all smiling at each other. Everybody likes each other there. That's obvious. And of course, Dennis Collins has been supporting the mayor both with money and endorsements, as he has the other commissioners as well. And here's a campaign fundraiser. Krieger Platt did a fundraiser for the mayor a few years ago, Rock the Vote. It's a few years back, but you can see how far the relationship does go back and what may transpire from that. They've gotten no bid contracts from the city in the past. We know how things work in Royal Oak. We expect the commission tonight to offer blabbity blah blah about how things are complicated with the Gatsby location, and they must approve it, the Gatsby location, because if not, it could open the city to a lawsuit because city officials told Gatsby it was okay to locate 88 feet from the school. To be sure, it would be their political contributors that would be suing the city if their scheme does not go through as planned. That's kind of a ridiculous inbred situation. You will have lawsuits, though, I'm sure, on the other side, as has been expressed. None of the 70% who voted for recreational pot in Michigan voted to have it in front of a school. It seems perfectly possible to award a license to Gatsby elsewhere in the city. It's really not complicated. It's very simple. Do not trash the city's image among all the other cities that send their students to the OSTC. And do not tarnish Miss Macy's chances this fall for state office as association by this will. And don't disrespect the students, their impressions, brain development, their parents, or their teachers. Thank you.
Good evening. Luigi Cutrara, 415 South Washington. I've been listening. I've been over here since the beginning, and this meeting it reminded me. It brought me back memories like 35 years ago, on the beginning of what we call, on the beginning of Royal Oak. Same thing was done. The same thing happened 35 years ago. But the violence back then, it was not the dispensary, it was the liquor license. Everyone, you know, I remember a particular one. If you think tonight you had a lot of people on the, back then it was 5 minutes, so it took like 3 hours. And they were giving away this liquor license for this place that was right next to a church. There must be like, I think Mr. Cowan was the mayor back then. There must be, I would say that the city hall was a little smaller than this one. And that's what happened. You know, everybody was just thinking that this place got to destroy the image of the city. Every alcohol liquor license got to destroy. But guess what happened? After 35 years, the same restaurant is one of the most recognized place in Royal Oak, which we talk about Pronto Restaurant. The United Methodist Church is beautiful as it's ever been. So those people work together, and look what happened. And I think the same thing can happen. I mean, the bottom line is dispensary is something, I never use it, but apparently, you know, people vote for, okay? So people like it, and it's an avalanche. You cannot stop it. Okay, so I will go all for the dispensary, because you know, like I said, same thing happened in Royal Oak, downtown Royal Oak. Oh yeah, we got to lose the value. We got to do this. The downtown, we got to do. And look what happened in downtown Royal Oak. The houses. downtown Royal Oak, that used to be the cheapest area in Royal Oak. And look what happened now. The houses in Royal Oak, downtown Royal Oak, are more expensive than Vincera Drive. Okay, so actually, it was a good move. You know, there was a good harmony, and I think the same thing can happen between the dispensary and the neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jill Leopold. I live at 702 South Gainsborough. I lived here in the city now 20 years, 10 years as a renter, and 11 years or so as an owner. I came to this city because of the vibrancy of the city. I liked it as a 30-year-old and enjoyed my nights here in Royal Oak. I've enjoyed the nights at the main theater, saw some awesome shows there. I'm very disappointed to hear that the Historical Commission turned down to have the main continue to be here. I'm now 51 years old. I would like to be a volunteer here at the main theater if it was to stay. This is my community. This is where I live. I got married late. My husband lives here. And this is my community. That's something that I would like to keep here. I think if you put the icon on the city and put it up with new development, I just think it's kind of like a slap in your face that you're going to keep the main logo, but let's just throw it on some new condos. I think we have plenty of condos down here. It's all starting to look the same. Royal Oak is not original like it was before. I came here for historical reasons, and I swear in probably another 10 years, all those one-story hotels, one-story businesses in downtown will be gone. I really feel inside that will be gone. I think when I moved here 10 years ago when I purchased my home, my father said, location, location, location. Location will support your house, and this is where you live. And to have marijuana in my neighborhood, that is not what I want. This is not why I came here. It's not what I want in my neighborhood. Parking on Washington, I think, is silly. It's not accessible. It's not friendly. I haven't parked there since it's happened. I don't park in downtown. A, I'm afraid to get a ticket. B, I don't find it accessible. I'm an old-fashioned girl. I like to put money in my meter. I've tried using the little meter things to try and read how to do it. It's too complicated. I'm not interested. It's not welcoming. I can't imagine my 80-year-old mother from Birmingham trying to come here and figure out the parking. Last comment is that I am a 50-year-old returning to school. As you can see, I've been doing some sign language interpreting here in the community. Well, there is a need here in our community for our deaf community. We need to have fire alarms that are supported in our deaf community. I know we have at least 3 fully deaf families here in the city, and I would like to see some alarms being put into their homes. Other cities have done that too, and they've spent the money to provide fire alarms inside the deaf people's homes. I think that would be a nice way to spend some extra COVID money. Thank you.
Last but hopefully not least, Janice Wagman. I've come in front of this commission repeatedly advocating for the addition of handicap parking on Main Street and other areas of the downtown, all to no avail. I wrote the city engineer. She said it was up to you. Since Main Street is now under construction, 3 weeks ago, I chose to take the mayor's suggestion and email all of you as well as the city attorney. In that email, I said, sadly, not only is our downtown not welcoming to all, but it is possible that the city's lack of action may in fact be opening us up to litigation. Other cities have, throughout the country, been sued in this regard. Except for Commissioner Macy, who responded to the Parks and Rec and Senior Advisory Board meeting when I spoke, not one of you responded. Not one of you. On behalf of the handicapped, many of which are seniors, that you said you support on multiple pieces of campaign literature, and that was just from last year, I urge you to change your stance from we can't to how can we make this happen? How can we make our downtown welcoming to all? Seniors and the handicapped are not just bullet points on these pieces of literature. Lastly, regarding the marijuana application of PGSHBSGH, whichever it is, LLC, the Gatsby location, located 88 feet from Oakland County's Technical Center on Meyer Drive. The intent of the city's ordinance and state law was to locate these facilities at least 1,000 feet from a school. The intent was not to allow municipalities to distort the definition of school, i.e., it's a place for children to attend in order to earn credit towards high school graduation. Further, the city manager was quoted in the Tribune stating the applicants must have had a local presence for 2 years within the city of Royal Oak. I would like to know what businesses this applicant has operated to fulfill this requirement. Since the city already has 4 lawsuits filed against it regarding these applicants, I think the residents need more transparency. I urge you to vote no on the Gatsby location. Thank you.
Good evening. Just want to reiterate a point that was made previously. Well, first, the mayor did note that this was not a public meeting tonight. That was specifically requested and would have given the public more notice and more time to voice their opinion tonight. And the commission made the decision.
Yeah, can we get your name for the record?
I'm choosing to remain anonymous, please.
Okay.
Which is specifically allowed under the Open Meetings Act.
Yeah, you're allowed to do that. And this is an open meeting, by the way. I did say it was an open meeting.
Yes, it is an open meeting. There was a specific request to make it a public meeting, and that was denied. And so it did not get the public meeting notice, which would have been more notice time and would have had more public comment time as well. Anyway, I'm going to repeat some comments I made at the Planning Commission. It's honestly absurd that we're even here talking about putting a store 88 feet away from a school. Mr. Barton Morris, I don't know if he's still here, any other attorneys that are here, I would challenge anybody to name anywhere else in the state that a school is near a store anywhere close to that. I'm not aware of one anywhere less than like 800 feet. That is unprecedented. Do you want that to put Royal Oak on the map? Is that what you want to be known for? That the least qualified applicants that happen to be politically connected somehow get licenses 88 feet from a school? I feel sorry that you're in these positions. Obviously, I don't think you became public servants to make these decisions, and you might be feeling some political pressure to support an application that is 88 feet from a school. The people that voted for this law, included in that law is the 1,000-foot buffer that you can make the decision to lessen if you want, but go on record while everybody's watching and explain why you think it's a good idea to put one of these 88 feet from a school. Thank you. Oh, and the Planning Commission recommended denial. So you're faced with that, and I don't know how you overrule your Planning Commission and approve one 88 feet from a school. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Yeah, I'd just like to correct the record from Mr. Anonymous that this is a public meeting. You all are here, and the agenda was all published, and you all got notice. So just want to make sure that's perfectly clear. And we follow the same protocol every meeting that we have, where we establish an agenda, city staff establishes an agenda, we publish that agenda, it goes public, and people are made aware of it, and they come, and that's how government works for the last 100 years we've been as a city. So just a clarification there. Got to make sure we get the facts out there. All right, anybody else? Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to close public comment and bring the meeting back to this side of the table. I appreciate everyone that took the time and stayed here tonight, especially to offer your thoughts and ideas and opinions on tonight's agenda. That brings us now to item 6, which is the consent agenda. Does anyone, oh, you know what? We're going to wait a minute here for Commissioner Parouche to come back in. She might be on a 3-second delay back here. City Clerk Alice, is she on her way? Okay, good. I mean, I can do awkward silent, but I have my limits too. I might want to ask Commissioner Colo, is there anything you want to pull off the consent agenda tonight? Is there anything you want to keep on the consent agenda tonight?
I think this lovely audience doesn't need to hear any other discussions besides what's on the agenda.
Okay.
Can I comment on the lettering of the consent agenda?
Hello.
AJKLMNOP.
B, C, D, E, F. Not really.
All right. It's good to have you back, Commissioner Perush. We can all verify that she was watching what people were watching at home, all the public comment, so she comes well informed today.
Except that you're on a 5-second delay. So I'm sitting back there just thinking, well, what's happening? And then you all just barge into the room without any warning. So it was a little disconcerting, but that's okay.
Okay, well, we're at item number 6, the consent agenda. Commissioner Perush, anything you want to pull off the consent agenda?
No, sir.
All right, so the consent agenda now consists of City Commission meeting minutes from the 11th, claims from the 19th and 22nd, approval of purchase orders, proclamation designating May 2022 Mental Health Awareness Month, approval of Downtown Development Authority and Commission for the Arts downtown business window murals, approval of extension of the moratorium prohibiting non-domestic animals in residential zones, and certification of the South Center Street and West 5th Street segments, and then of course to receive and file the non-action items, which is the first quarter fiscal year 2022 training evaluation forms. Is there a motion for the consent agenda as presented? We have a motion by Commissioner Colo. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion on the consent agenda. Not seeing any discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion passes. All right, this gets us to item 7, which is requests to set dates for special city commission meeting minutes, or meetings, budget work sessions, and public hearing. I think I'm just going to hand that to you, right, Mr. Bray?
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Fournier and members of the City Commission. You have the proposed dates. This is similar to the budget process that was handled last year, so we can publish those additional meeting dates, and staff is recommending your approval as submitted.
Okay. Commissioner Perush?
I will miss the meeting on the 18th if we meet on the 18th. I have an engagement that's already set that I can't change, that's essential. But that's the only one.
Okay.
And I can, I've done a lot of budgets, so.
Yeah. And I'll also say that 16th and 18th, I was just made aware I may have a work conflict, so to the extent that the commission can work around one of those days, might be helpful.
Okay. All right.
But Commissioner Dubak?
Also, the Environmental Advisory Board meets on the 25th, and I'm supposed to be there, but
yeah,
if I must, the budget meeting will take priority.
Sure. Oh, Commissioner Douglas?
And I will be out of town on all of those dates.
This will be an easy budget process. Commissioner Macy, it's up to you. Where do we spend money? Commissioner Colo.
I was going to suggest, as we should think about some due dates, then so many of us seem to be out.
Yeah. Do you prefer earlier or later to this week? So if we did something, I know we have, what's the final day that we have to get? I mean, to go over the preliminary stuff, I mean, when we focus on the key budgets, is that something we could do the week before to kick off?
You could, but that's the night that you're receiving the document, and that's the first day that I'm back in town.
Yeah.
So the 16th is probably the most important date that we will be giving an overview. I will be talking from the budget transmittal letter. The other dates would get into the other funds, if you will. Last year, if you recall, the third date ended up being canceled.
Yep.
So there are some significant changes that are worth covering, but hopefully the budget transmittal letter should be self-explanatory. But to have that on the very first night that you're handed this 400-page
that'd
awesome
be a
size
challenge.
document. Yeah, we can do it, but it's just, to really give you time to absorb the information. So we can poll and work around some of these other dates. What I've heard is the 18th and the 25th that it becomes problematic and sore. And the other thing is that we could dovetail that with the following commission meeting on the 23rd, if I'm saying that right. But that also potentially makes a pretty long agenda.
Commissioner Newbuck?
So we don't want to consider any time the week prior. I'm just wondering if we want to have that first meeting, if Commissioner Douglas is going to be present, maybe the Thursday before that on the 12th. Is that?
No.
Nope. Still gone.
Still gone.
Okay.
You tried.
Thanks, but no thanks. Nope.
Yeah, maybe we do a quick survey, with some available times, like today or tomorrow. I don't mind doing, if we're going to be here on the 23rd, even if it's a smaller meeting, we don't cover as much material. I know we're going to have a closed session. I don't know what we'll have at closed session. I know one of the topics I think that we switched from tonight.
Correct.
But if that doesn't take, too long, even if it's an hour, pulling it ahead, it might. I don't know how the team feels.
Okay.
And if it's a lighter agenda, maybe it makes sense.
Okay, all right, I'm making some notes. Because ideally, here's the other difficulty, and I want to hold up, and I appreciate everyone's patience. Mondays work best just for our all-around calendar, because when you start looking at different dates, then we're running up against boards and commissions that each of you serve on, and that becomes complicated very quickly. So Mondays are ideal, but let's look at the 23rd and making a note of that. And I've worked with staff before of keeping things a little bit lighter on the agenda, and just to accommodate everyone's schedule. So duly noted.
And so, Commissioner Macy?
Do we want to go ahead and approve the 16th? It seems like that is one that is important to Mr. Brake and most of us can make.
Yes.
I move approval of the May 16th date.
Support. Okay, we have a motion on the table, discussion. Yeah, I won't be. It's likely I won't be at that.
You won't be here?
No. So I'll vote no.
Yeah, I think I'd rather maybe we can all, instead of figuring out one date now, lock it in, let's just let Mr. Brake's survey pull us all, and then figure out what date works for all of us, and we can set that next meeting, so.
That's correct. We'll do a quick survey poll and take a look at the calendar. So.
Okay.
Just for not.
Yeah. We may end up reaching the same conclusion, so, but we'll bring that back in the May 9th meeting. So.
Already.
Yeah, there's still technically a motion on the table. We'll vote on it for the 16th. Just sounds like we have some folks that won't be able to be there on the 16th, so I'll be voting no. So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay. So what I'm thinking too is if we get that budget document ahead, maybe that week for commissioners that have questions and all of that stuff, we can have a session that staff can be available to answer commissioner questions on a one-off basis. If they have any questions about the document, that way we hit the ground running when we do the first meeting.
So I'll tell you right now, it will not be before the 9th. And so
No. But
okay.
I mean that week of the 16th, 18th, or whatever.
Oh, absolutely.
There'll be time during that week to hit the ground running.
Yes.
If people have questions, because they'll have the document in their hands.
Correct.
They can send an email to say, hey, what's this about? So we can make better use of our time and maybe think creatively about where we need to spend our time on the budget versus stuff that's sort of, I know we've done it before. We go through a lot of the routine and excruciating detail.
We're going to change that presentation. So there's two parts of this resolution, and this part is important, that we conduct the public hearing, and this is during our regularly scheduled meetings.
Yep.
So if you can take a look at that, and if that's something that you're comfortable with, and that's on June 13th, which is one of our regular commission meetings.
So you're saying we can pass that second resolution and then do the meetings ahead of it?
Yeah, so we can get that notice published.
Okay.
So
someone at least want to make that motion?
I'll move.
A motion by Commissioner Douglas, or second by Commissioner Hunt. Any discussion? Can't do much about it. We've got to have that timeline to meet the deadline. So I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, that passes.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Colo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we're looking at the dates here, the more time we have with the budget before the dates too is, important. It is a 400 or 500 page document. So if we're moving around dates, I think the proposal here is 7 days. If there's more time available, that's what I'm leaning towards, just so, because I will give you a million questions in the time you give me.
Really? That surprises me. No,
Gosh,
no.
I'm going to miss that.
We're changing it so you can be here, Commissioner Douglas.
So, okay, thank you. All right, good. All right, that brings us to item 8, which is the Planning Commission recommendation, special land use permit and site plan marijuana retailer, processor, and Class C grower at 5130 Meyer Drive, doing business as Gatsby Cannabis Company. Are we going to hand that over to Mr. Twing, or are you going to kick it off, Mr. Brake?
I will defer to Mr. Twing.
Mr. Twing, the floor is yours.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Commission. You do have a recommendation from the Planning Commission regarding the property that you named, 5130 Meyer Drive. As you indicated, it is a request or a proposal to have a licensed marijuana retailer, processor, and a Class C grower at that location. That location is zoned general industrial. The Planning Commission did hold a public hearing on that proposal and request at its February 8th meeting of 2022. Breaking it down shortly, the retailer was going to take up approximately 1,600 square feet of the existing building that was to be renovated. The processor would take up approximately 1,400 square feet of usable space, and the grower would take up almost 8,500, again, of usable space. The site plan did include a parking lot with 29 parking spaces. Under the ordinance, they were required to have 26. The site plan also addressed some green infrastructure items in terms of green roof, solar panels, permeable pavers, and some of the parking spaces and the surface lots, bio swales or rain gardens, and collector. So it did include other activities as part of the site plan. The Planning Commission did recommend denial on a 3-2 vote to the City Commission of the special land use request, and therefore the site plan as well. You do have the staff report as part of your packet and the links, as well as all the communications from that public hearing. In the commission letter, you will see the options are outlined for the City Commission in terms of your action on the special land use tonight. You can follow the Planning Commission's recommendation. You can decide that this is an appropriate location and approve the special land use request and site plan, or you can postpone and delay it. Obviously, you've got several actions that we've listed there. There is a suggested resolution for each, or the denial following the Planning Commission in your commission letter, and then there's also one if you choose to approve the special land use and site plan. There's also a resolution to that effect. That's all I guess I will present at this point. If there's questions of me, I'll be happy to address them.
No questions for Mr. Twing. Commissioner Hahn.
I just wanted to state, Mr. Mayor, that before we get into the deliberative process and asking questions, I do have to abstain from this particular vote due to a potential conflict under 66.5A2. So I understand that we spoke about this before. I may have to recuse myself from this particular vote from the deliberative process.
Okay, appreciate that, Commissioner. Oh, Commissioner Macy?
Yeah, Mr. Twing, I just wondered if I'm sure you're very familiar with the main question that's at stake here. So the ordinance that was created at great length by the City Commission and our attorney has in there that there should be a 1,000-foot setback from any school. So this is 88 feet from OTEC. So can you talk about how that came to be and your view of that?
Well, the zoning ordinance actually says you have the ability to waive that entire 1,000 feet. So number one, that discretion lies with you under the zoning ordinance as part of that recommendation. In terms of, I guess, addressing this particular case, when the ordinances were being put together, the City Commission had asked staff to do several reference maps. Those reference maps identified 1,000 feet from schools. They identified 500 feet. They identified distance from parks. There were several reference maps. Those maps are not technically part of the ordinance. The text is, and the text says 1,000 feet, but you do have the discretion, again, as I said, to simply waive that provision. In terms of this site, it wasn't identified as a 1,000-foot setback because schools are not a permitted use in the general industrial district. Okay? So if it was determined that the technical center was a K-12 school, then it's not a permitted use in general industrial, and we don't apply standards to something that's non-conforming or not allowed to be there. That's just across the board under the zoning ordinance. So if you have by example, if you have a property that's being used in some fashion that's non-conforming, you don't apply a standard to it to make another business not be able to go there. So it wasn't identified as a school under that 1,000 foot in a reference map. And if it wasn't determined to be a school, then the 1,000 foot wouldn't apply anyway. So under either scenario, the initial map would not include that 1,000 foot buffer. The ordinance was adopted, and that was all done prior to the application. So second step in it, when the applications come in, that same evaluation was made by the evaluators under the licensing ordinance and determined that those still apply. So that's how you got this in front of you without a 1,000 foot determination on it.
Commissioner DeBuck.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Twing. Just to elaborate a little bit more on that, I mean, there's clearly no denying that this is, in fact, a school. What you're saying is that it's a non-conforming use in that space, and if we were to apply the setback, it would basically dictate the use of the space, which is clearly an industrial area.
Right.
And therefore, not just in this circumstance, but in any circumstance where it's a non-conforming use, we don't apply those kinds of rules.
We do not.
It would basically change the zoning of the entire space because you have one non-conforming use there. Am I understanding that right? Okay. So, and for example, I believe in our surveys, Royal Oakers, we did 70% support the state initiative in 2018, and then we surveyed, overwhelmingly supported marijuana establishments in industrial areas. Is that your recollection?
Yes, I have nothing to say differently.
Okay.
So.
No, that was the case. Right? That was the case. So basically, a 1,000 foot setback because of this non-conforming use would neutralize this nearly this entire industrial area from being considered.
Pretty close.
Okay. So I mean, that's kind of the rock and a hard place that we're in right now. And I think applying the same logic that we do apply to non-conforming uses is appropriate in this case. So I think that sufficiently answers the question as to why this site was in consideration. But I do understand the confusion over the matter.
Anybody else have questions for Mr. Twing? Okay, just maybe on that line, we talked about the non-conforming use, and I think undoubtedly this is, the point at question is, the determination of school. And this clearly is an educational facility. I mean, students come and go, and they come from different high schools, and, they learn awesome things that, help literally build our communities and make everything better around us. But even outside the non-conforming use, there's also an understanding that, based on the activities that are there, this could also be considered a trade school. And then that is a permitted use in the area, but it is not, it is permitted under a different zoning, which would not be R1, which is where K-12 schools go, correct?
Well, they simply are not allowed in the general industrial. There may be other districts that they're also allowed in other than residential, but the predetermining fact in this particular case was that K-12 schools are not an allowed use in general industrial. Under a normal non-conforming status, you wouldn't allow them to expand, you wouldn't allow them to do anything, and if they cease operation, you'd not allow them to restart under non-conforming rules. So, I mean, all of those things applied. And again, what I go back to, there was no determination as to whether this was a school or not a school, because under either one of those determinations, the 1,000-foot didn't apply.
Right.
No one wants to call the school a non-conforming use because of the terminology from a zoning standpoint that goes along with it.
You're speaking of complete zoning,
right?
Vernacular, not
correct.
That. Okay. Yeah. And zoning laws apply to, all types of businesses, institutions, et cetera. Okay. And I think an example maybe that you had given in the past is, for example, if you're in a neighborhood and you had a setback and there was a house that happened to be built right on the property line, and the setback is 10 feet from another building, because that is a non-conforming use, because it doesn't have a setback, you wouldn't, impede upon, the neighbor to, be 20 feet back, essentially because of a non-conforming use in that particular example. When we talk about non-conforming, we're basically saying it's not dictating everybody else around the property, whether it's residential, industrial, commercial, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Colo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just one final question on this for me is, just to be clear on this, it's not because it's a trade school. If there were an elementary school that had been built there in the 1970s, or the middle school, the high school, it would be the same situation, right?
That's correct.
It has nothing to do with the curriculum there?
No.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Any other questions? Commissioner Colo.
Yeah, so switching subjects here for a second. Can you tell us about their green infrastructure plan that's being included in this?
Well, do you want to hear it from me or the petitioners here? And they had a presentation they'd like to walk through. I don't know if you want the presentation or not, but
I'll leave that up to the board here. I mean, typically we allow petitioners to come up and make a quick presentation to help better inform, and then we can ask them questions. As long as the petitioner is willing to answer questions if they make a presentation, we'll be happy to host you.
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll come on up, and then we'll still ask questions from Mr. Twing based on what we learned.
Mr. Mayor and City Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to make a presentation. I can tell you that since we knew we were going to have significant public comment, we've reduced it and redacted it from what we presented to the Planning Commission. And I know you've had the opportunity to look at all those materials that were presented. But nonetheless, we think it's important that we at least hit on some highlights. But first of all, Mr. Mayor, just a housekeeping issue. I want to request that all of our submittals for site plan and special land use and our letter to the City Commission be made part of the record of tonight's proceedings.
I think we can do that.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to introduce the people whose blood, sweat, and tears and investment in the community is at stake. My client, PGSH Holdings LLC, also known as Gatsby, and their managing member, Jason Bricko, is here. We also have our local partners and team members, which some people have been interested in knowing about, and they're people who are well known. First, the Ralph, Mike, and Nick Bianchi. If you just raise your hand so everybody knows who you are. They operate both Bianchi's Salon on Main Street and Elevate at Crooks and Normandy, which is their salon school. And also Sean Nemu, who both himself and his family was involved in the development of the Hyatt Place Hotel and the Icon building on Main Street. I also want to note that we have Nicole Martin. Nicole, raise your hand. She is our Director of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Outreach. So we have our PGSH Holdings team here to assist in answering any questions, as well as our design team, Jeff Klatt of Krieger Klatt, Mitch Harvey of Stonefield Engineering, and also I want to reference BD&E Group, who are engineers for the grow and processing facilities. They have designed over 80 facilities of this nature, and we're very pleased that they were on the team. So, a lot has been said about history and how we got here, but the recent history is the city took great time and effort to make a very thorough ordinance. And I can say this because I have dealt in communities all over the state. And I've read 2-page ordinances, and I've read the Royal Oak ordinance. And the citizens of Royal Oak should know that you designed a very comprehensive ordinance that required a lot of information, and you also required specific criteria that we believe we addressed at Gatsby, and that is one of the reasons we were one of the 2 retailers of over 32 applicants who applied here to the city of Royal Oak. Prior to February 1st of last year, your deadline, we submitted over 600 pages of documents and plans for retailer, grow, and processing licenses. The city conducted a thorough review of not only our application, but the other 32 or so, and conducted all the requisite background checks. Our property location for zoning purposes was pre-approved by the city via its website. There was a system where you could put in an address to know whether or not the property was in an approved green zone, and clearly in this instance it was. After 11 months, the city issued its selections for the award of licenses just before Christmas. And I must tell you that Gatsby Cannabis is honored to be one of the 2 retailer licensees selected by the city. We're very humbled that we will be the first to be licensed, hopefully, in the city of Royal Oak, and we take that responsibility very seriously. We received what I believe were excellent reports from the Planning Commission, or the Planning Division, which was submitted to the Planning Commission in 2 memorandums. We know you have had an opportunity to review those. I think it's important for purposes of what you're voting on tonight. There were no plan deficiencies listed in the site plan memorandum from the Planning Division. There were 3 clarifications, which we have already addressed and submitted a revised site plan to the Planning Division. The Planning Division report did say that our location was not subject to the 1,000-foot buffer. In addition, there are no variances needed from the Zoning Board of Appeals to locate and operate the Gatsby facilities. There is no change to the footprint of the building, but as Jeff Klatt will show you in a brief presentation, there is a complete upgrade of the exterior of the building, in addition to substantial interior improvements for the 3 facilities, including a significant number of environmentally sustainable features. The Gatsby location, as has been stated, is in an industrial zone. Due to the fact that we wanted to have 3 facilities located, we were and make the corresponding significant investment. I hope you and the community knows that Gatsby is all in to this facility. I'm not sure anybody else proposed 3 facilities in 1 location, but we did, and we're glad we did because we believe Royal Oak is a great place to do business. However, state law and regulations restrict grow operations to industrial or agriculturally zoned property. We looked for the agriculturally zoned property, but we couldn't find any. I don't think there's been any here since the 1920s when the last farms went away. So we had no choice but to look at only industrial properties. We could not go in your general business district because of that choice. We did meet personally with our 2 most immediate neighbors, CNN Rentals to the north and the Royal Oak Nature Society, which is entrusted with the preservation of the Cummingston Park Nature Area immediately to the east. Both meetings and subsequent communications have been very positive, and we believe we will be good neighbors in the future. CNN Rentals ownership has asked me to communicate to you that they believe they and Gatsby will be able to peacefully coexist. Based upon our selection by the city, the positive reports from the Planning Division, as well as our presentation here tonight, we respectfully request approval of our site plan and special land use requests without the need to return to the Planning Commission. I have a couple other very small issues I'm going to address, but I'm going to toss the baton over to Jeff Klatt for a brief review of the site, because you will be voting on the site plan hopefully this evening. Thank you.
Good evening and thank you for your time. I'm Jeff Klatt with Krieger Klatt Architects, 2120 East 11 Mile. And we do have a brief presentation, well, actually about 23 pages, but out of respect to your time, we'll narrow that down to about 4 to 5. So, Mr. Cole, you mentioned an interesting point, green infrastructure. So that would be our first topic. As going to be evident from our submittal, we've incorporated numerous green design elements across the site and the building as well. We feel this is an area that our team really went above and beyond to help minimize the environmental impacts on the site and the building as well. So some of these site items consist of the following. So aside from a comprehensive landscape plan, we included vegetated bioswales, multiple rain gardens, permeable pavers in key areas, a rainwater harvesting system, both at the underground level for storm detention as well as the rooftop level through our green roof system. And at the building, we've incorporated, again, a green roof system, 2 photovoltaic panels over about 40% of our roof, 60% of our roof, and then LED lighting throughout the facility. So Mr. Twing, if we could jump to slide 4, which I believe you have up, that is a very telling slide right here. So I'm going to touch upon a few of these items, and I'm going to pass the baton to Mitch Harvey, who can elaborate on some of these concepts as he's better qualified to speak on them. So if we look at, that would be the west side of our building in that green paved area. That would be our bioswale area. Sorry, Mr. Twing, at the site level. Our proposed bioswale, you can see some of the plantings, the river birch along that area. That again is Meyer Drive to the west of our building. The permeable pavers are located below the parking spaces. That would be on the south side as well as the east side of the building. Multiple rain gardens located at the corner of our site, one at the southeast corner, one at the southwest corner. And then again, this shows that roof level. So 60% of the roof is covered in photovoltaic panels, and about 40% is covered in the green roof system itself. And with that, I'll pass it to Mitch.
Good evening, Mitch Harvey with Stonefield Engineering, 607 Shelby Street. I'll just briefly go through some of the finer details on some of the green infrastructure we proposed on the outside of the site. So the first I'd like to point out is the bioswale in front of the building. As Mr. Klatt noted, it's going to be vegetated with water-resistant plants, including the beautiful river birch that we have across the frontage there. How it will work is water will collect in there, filter down through the soil media, and then there will be an outlet under drain that takes it into the overall stormwater management system through the site. Similarly to that, we have these pocket rain gardens that we incorporated in most of our landscape islands. This is another green feature that we included that is kind of different from your typical catch basin that you see on the street. It works with flush curb cuts where water will enter into these curb islands, collect, slowly settle down through the soil media, and exit through a under drain yet again. Similar idea with the permeable pavers. Water will obviously seep down through those, enter through the outlet and into the stormwater system. And just to briefly touch on the stormwater system, we are going to propose an underground detention basin to provide all required water detention that we cannot get with the various green infrastructures throughout the site. So with that, I will hand over to Dennis.
Thank you. I hope you and the public all recognize that this building will be absolutely transformed from what it is today. The business has been there for over 40 years, Karl Heinz Auto Center, but it is not the most pleasant looking building and facility. And I think in the efforts we made, and I want to congratulate Krieger Klatt and Stonefield Engineering, a lot of hours of review, discussion, and care and creativity went into this site plan. We wanted to be a model in the industry for the type of site that we could present, and also to comply with your requirement in your ordinance about its sustainable features of the development, and that's what we certainly have done. Just a couple quick points. One important point that I made at the Planning Commission meeting is that under state law, no one under 21 years of age is allowed in the facility. There is a very rigorous security procedure that we follow that is in part mandated by state law, that before you can come into the facility, you have to show an ID, and it's run through a scanner to make sure it is a valid ID of any state. So that is the process and protocol that we will follow, a very rigorous security system. There has been reference to the fact that there was a denial at the Planning Commission level. We were missing 2 Planning Commission members that night, but more importantly is to look at the underlying evidence that was presented, because you need to make decisions on facts. And neither at the Planning Commission or here tonight did any business or organization say that the presence of Gatsby would interfere with their business operations. No one talked about any potential loss of business or to a change in its business operations. No business said it would have to close or move its business operations due to the Gatsby facilities, and no residential homeowner or nearby multi-family tenant or owner indicated there would be any hazardous or disturbing effect caused by the Gatsby facilities. More specifically, there were issues that were brought up by Oakland schools. But they never said, either tonight or back at the Planning Commission, that there would be any change or impact on the operations of the vocational school. There would be no closure or curtailment of classes, and there would be no adverse impact. I believe the bar that the Planning Commission chose was hazardous and disturbing effect. That is a very high and specific bar. That is not a harmonious standard or some generalized standard. That is a very high bar. And we would respectfully submit to you that that bar was not met by the evidence either presented at the Planning Commission meeting nor here this evening. So we believe that the Commission is justified in finding that we meet, and we believe we meet and exceed all of the special land use criteria. And again, respectfully, we ask for approval of our site plan and special land use request, as well as determination that we do not need to go back to the Planning Commission, as we believe we have a site plan that meets all criteria. So with that, we have concluded our presentation, and if you have any questions, either I or others on our team can answer them.
Any questions for the petitioners? Commissioner DeBuck. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Conley and your team for the presentation. So off the top of my head, obviously, we built our rubric that was then executed by staff with very specific criteria designed to ensure that we're bringing in operators that are going to bring some community benefit and run, what will hopefully be best-in-class operations in the industry. I'm very excited to see the green elements that have been brought forward here. And I'm curious, a lot of folks, particularly kind of in the environmental movement, have talked about one of the concerns about grow operations, about legalization, is that it's a massive power draw. And I see the solar, I love it. I'm just curious if you have a number on how much of the power need would be met by that solar.
Go ahead. Great question. Based on preliminary reports from our mechanical engineer, I believe it's about 12%.
Okay.
I think, Mr. Twing, that document was submitted during our early application process, but about 12%, generally speaking.
Okay. And right now, I believe the site, as it stands, does not have any for the water runoff, stormwater runoff. Is there detention or retention on the site right now? There's not. It's 100% water runoff. So everything you've added is going to reduce water runoff from that site. Do you have any number on that? How many gallons of water that is? How many first inch of rainwater, first 2 inches of rainwater?
I don't have that number, no.
Okay.
Millions.
We know that it's better than zero, though.
And that's a good point about the roof system, too. That'll help slow that water to a cistern for landscape irrigation as well. So we've been very mindful with that throughout.
Awesome. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Colo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Cowan, just a couple questions about how you'll interact with the community around you. And can you talk about your community package that you've put together?
Our community plan, community
please.
outreach plan? Yes. In our application, we committed to contributions within the community after the first full year that all 3 of our licenses are in operation, because it takes money to give away money, but to make community contributions over a 10-year period of $225,000 per year. We take our community involvement extremely seriously, and Gatsby is putting their money where their mouth is. They very much look forward to contributions to the community. These will be primarily 501c3 type organizations to make those contributions to. We will set up, they haven't made a final decision if there'll be a foundation or an advisory board, but there certainly will be an advisory board consisting of people from the community to assist us in making those determinations for those who apply for a grant from this program. I do want to say that our very first contribution, I think I can say safely, will be to the Cummingston Park nature area. We were very, very impressed by the work of the Nature Society. We've had a very positive dialogue. They believe we will help their efforts above and beyond any contributions just by running a very well-operated business. But we also look forward to having them as a neighbor and continuing to preserve, one of the few truly green areas that we have left in the city of Royal Oak. So that's the overall program.
That's great. That's phenomenal that we have an organization giving back right to the community too.
I believe that the amount that we're prepared to do is unprecedented in the history of Royal Oak.
Well, hopefully the people actually can beat that then. So then the next question is, talk about the community again. We're talking about the, one big concern becomes odor control. Can you or perhaps the architectural team talk about how we're going to keep the site from emanating odors out?
Yeah, I'm going to ask Jeff to come up and speak on that. We talked about that at the Planning Commission. I did want to mention that the engineering firm that we work with has designed over 80 grow operations, and they made the suggestions. They couldn't be here, unfortunately, here tonight, but Jeff can run through a few of the features. I will say overall, there's a whole science of technology that will be employed to comply not only with being a good neighbor, but also with your odor ordinance, which is in place. So Jeff, do you want to come up and talk a little bit about the odor management procedures?
Thank you. Mr. Twing, you beat me to it. That's the slide right there, one back. Perfect. So as was mentioned, we do have a very extensive odor control strategy in place here with a ton of redundancy, actually 3-part redundancy. Most of these facilities have one means of odor control, which is really a carbon filter attached to an exhaust fan. But in this case, there's 3 distinct components. So number 1, it all starts with the HVAC systems, and each grow room will have its own independent HVAC system. 2, the way these rooms are designed. This might be a good slide, Mr. Twing, if you could flip forward a few more. Each room is really built as a room within a room. So really they're metal panels that connect together like an erector set to create walls and a ceiling within the overall building. So again, they're airtight rooms within each grow area to help contain that, that odor. And then from an odor control system, it really starts with they're called air scrubbers. So it's really a passive system to help scrub the air. And then that goes into the second level of redundancy, which is a state-of-the-art system called the Clean Leaf Odor Control Unit. Again, that's more of a passive system, 3-part filtration that helps to scrub the air even more. And then finally, it goes to an exhaust fan, which is attached to a carbon filter. So again, and that exhausts to the outside. So again, it's a 3-part redundant system, which is above and beyond which really any marijuana facility does these days. So I hope that answers your question. I'm not an expert per se, but I hope that answers your questions.
And I presume that maybe Mr. Cowan can answer this. This has been successfully implemented at other facilities, and we know that this works.
Oh, correct. As Mr. Cowan mentioned, we do have an industry expert that designed over how many systems or how many schools? 80 buildings.
Okay. So then I guess my final question, looking at the community again, is looking at your, the location where we are in the neighborhood, the location across the street. Would, maybe as a show of goodwill, would you be willing to take the word cannabis off your building and just call it a Gatsby on the
You
sign?
mean off the sign?
Off the sign.
I don't get to make that decision, so
Okay.
I'm going to ask. Yes, we can remove cannabis from the sign. We might put in, provisioning center or retailer, which is what we are under law, but we can remove the cannabis from our signage package on the building.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any other questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Prush?
I'll move approval of the special land use permit based upon the factual findings in the resolution that's in front of us this evening.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. We have a motion by.
It wasn't a question.
We have a motion by Commissioner Prush. Is there a second?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Second by Commissioner Colo. Okay, discussion. Commissioner Prush?
This is obviously a much more complicated request than some of the other proposals that we have in front of us and some of the other proposals that we've seen go into effect in other communities just because of the zoning issue. I'm persuaded, though, that since we don't, as a matter of course, apply the setback requirements to non-conforming uses, and we've done that throughout our history, that this is not a time to make an exception to that rule. I also am not persuaded by the comments from some very, very well-meaning individuals that this is going to cause tremendous harm to our young people to have a facility so close to an educational facility. I just don't see that happening. The facility is going to be extraordinarily secure, probably more secure than any other facility in this community. People are not going to be allowed to go in without, as Mr. Collins said, identification and age requirements and so on and so forth. And they're just not going to be wandering around trying to get into the facility. I just can't see that happening. If people are really concerned about young people's exposure to marijuana in the community, they need to understand that under state law, individual property owners, you or your neighbor or the guy across the street or the parents of your junior high son's kids who live on the next block are allowed to grow 12 marijuana plants on their property as long as it's inside, which means you are much more likely, and your children are much more likely to run into marijuana in your own neighborhood because people are going to be growing it under grow lights in their basement. That's just going to happen. They probably already are because the state law has been in effect for a period of years now. So to think that we're going to save our children by not permitting this is, we got to get our heads out of the sand. We need to treat marijuana, now that it's legal in this state, the same way we treat alcohol in this state. We need to teach our children the risks of alcohol use. We need to explain to them the laws about marijuana use as well as alcohol use. It's the same process. And if we think, we don't have to do any of that because we turned down the Gatsby and we don't have to worry about it, we're going to have some real serious problems because it's going to be in your neighborhood. It's going to be in your neighborhood. People are going to be growing it in their basement. They're going to be smoking it on their decks in the summertime because they're going to be allowed to use it for personal use. So I think we need as a community to understand that and get prepared to educate our young people that this is here. It's here now. It's going to be very close to you. It could be next door to you. And this is what your obligations are in terms of the law and usage and so on and so forth. So I really do not believe that if this is approved, that this is going to cause any kind of detrimental effect on our young people. That's just not going to happen. The last thing is, it's my understanding that this application was head and shoulders in terms of meeting all of the criteria for approval in our ordinance and under state law. compared to any of the other applicants. Not that they weren't good, but this one was head and shoulders above any others. And as a result, it comes to us with very strong environmental chops, a very strong design chops, and obviously a strong commitment to the community. We, as a matter of law, as a matter of state law, can't explain to the public and be as transparent as you all would like us to be, because state law forbids us from sharing any of the detailed information that we get in an application, and forbids us from sharing any of the process that the city goes through to approve or not approve in terms of meeting the criteria and evaluation and so on. As a matter of state law, we have to keep all of that information confidential. And it's kept confidential to protect the work product and all the proprietary information that each applicant provides. So you may argue, well, you're not transparent enough and we don't know how all of these people got here. If you're concerned about that, then you need to talk to your state representatives and have them change the law, because we are forbidden by state law from sharing any of that information. So you may have all kinds of, cynical allegations, we're political opportunists and contributions and yada, yada, yada. But the application process has to comply with state law. It did comply with state law. And I think it's a good application. So those are the 3 reasons why I am supporting this motion to approve this special land use permit. And I can't believe I got through that without coughing.
And just to confirm, Commissioner Perush, you're just doing the special land use at this point?
Yeah, because I think we need to do them one at a time.
Okay, yep. Okay, just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, I want to expand on something that Mr. Cowan said. There are provisions in the ordinance that we have to recognize a site as meeting or not violating, and there's a series of them. And one of them is that the proposed use and location would not be hazardous and disturbing to existing uses or uses reasonably anticipated in the future. And I just want to point out that the existing uses in this area are industrial and general business, and both of those zoning classifications allow marijuana businesses. And when we talk about existing uses, a non-conforming site is not considered as an existing use, so that this establishment is being built in an industrial zone. Our ordinance clearly allows these facilities in industrial zones, and so it does meet that element or that criterion in the list of conditions that the special land use requires.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Macy?
Thank you. I find myself in an odd position tonight. I feel like this discussion that we've been having over the past 2 years, 4 years about marijuana has been frustratingly slow, in my opinion, to getting to this final point where we're trying to approve these, and with frustratingly too many restrictions. And when we were designing this ordinance and we were talking about these 1,000-foot setbacks, and we can only have this many, and we can't have them within this length of this distance from each other, and we should only have this many and this kind, and we certainly shouldn't allow them in downtown. I felt like I was the voice up here that was saying, this is all crazy. Like, this is going to become like alcohol in our state. We have voted for it overwhelmingly here. This is something that we are welcoming in the community, and we should be making that clear by this ordinance. And it felt like at that time, what I was hearing from the voices at this table was, okay, fine, but it's new, and we're going to be careful. We're going to walk into it very carefully with all these restrictions. So we're going to do the max restrictions to begin with. We're going to start with a very low number that are allowed. We're going to have these 1,000-foot setbacks. And yes, it will restrict much of the land in the city in terms of the zoning. It won't allow anything downtown. But we'll just try a few to let the community adjust to this new reality. And once they see it's not the boogeyman that they might have feared, then we can open up this ordinance and allow, lessen the restrictions and allow more. And so that's what I was, I felt like I was sort of dragged kicking and screaming into that resolution over the past 2 years, because I didn't feel that way. And yet, so when we wrote this ordinance, we wrote the 1,000 feet for the school in there. And as was stated tonight, 70% of our residents, when we went and asked them, how do you want us to draft this ordinance, said, we don't want it within 1,000 feet of a school. And that's what we talked about up here. We talked about reducing that. We talked about having to be lower. And yes, we talked about the fact that we have the ability to waive that number at this table. But it definitely was not the intent that I was aware of at this table that we would waive it down to less than 100 feet. All the things we were talking about were being very careful and very conservative and starting slow. And I was frustrated by that, and yet that's the ordinance that we as a body came forward with. And so to me, this 1,000-foot setback is a real thing. And it feels like the dancing around that we're doing about whether or not it's a non-conforming use, we don't have to count it as a school, it is a school. It is a school, and in our ordinance it says 1,000-foot setback from our schools, yes, we can waive it. I don't think we intended to, in our very first approval, to be waiving 900 feet of that setback. So I feel I'm just going to make everyone mad today because I think we should have fewer restrictions on this, and yet I'm going to be voting no on this because I don't think that's what we did.
Commissioner DuBois.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't disagree with Commissioner Macy's take on the conversation we had when we were building this ordinance. I think a lot of it was approached in the way that we've done many things in the city, which is we leave the restriction in place to give us more discretion in picking and choosing versus letting us having absolutely no say and the residents having no say or control over this. And we did specifically talk about the 1,000-foot setback. We talked about doing no setback. We talked about 500 feet. But ultimately we said, we'll keep it at 1,000 because we can always grant the variance in a situation that we deem appropriate. The question was asked multiple times tonight, like, what if it was near another school? My kids all go to Keller. There's an industrial area right across the street from Keller. If someone came forward and requested a zoning variance there, that would be worth consideration depending on the proposal. Is it the right proposal? Is it good for the community? That is absolutely something that should be and would be considered and deliberated and would come to a conclusion. In this case, I agree. I don't think it should have been anticipated that we'd be looking at something like this, but it's also a unique case where the 1,000-foot setback wouldn't just negate this particular proposal, but the entire industrial area, which is incredibly well suited for this kind of proposal. So I understand staff's analysis that we in general would not apply a setback in this scenario. I think that's incredibly relevant because that would effectively neutralize one of the most logical places to put a facility. So that being said, everything Commissioner Prush said I think is on point. I sympathize and understand where Commissioner Mace is coming from, but I'm going to be supporting the motion.
Yeah, and I appreciate where Commissioner Macy's coming from as well. And just at a technical level, maybe I'm too biased now sitting on planning for all these years and thinking about zoning laws and planning laws maybe a little bit different, maybe not as well as Commissioner Douglas, who's the former president of the Michigan Planning Association, but she's worked with me and I've gotten like 1% of where she's at. But all joking aside, I mean, when I look at it from a complete technical point of view, because it's a non-conforming use, I don't believe that the consideration needs to be whether a setback is appropriate or not because it's a non-conforming use. And people ask, well, what if it was your kid's school? Well, very well could be. All my kids could potentially go there. My daughter is looking at some programming there, so it could be my kid's school. What if it was Keller? Okay, just like Commissioner DuBois said, if it's a non-conforming use, we have to, in my opinion, uphold the zoning and planning obligations that we have and ordinances that we have. So for me, I understand and take in the emotion from a lot of folks, especially that came here at Planning Commission and that came here tonight about, the topic, but sorting through the emotion and looking at the facts, which is our duty here and our job here. As far as the negative implications of approving this special land use, I have yet for anyone to present to us a solid case, and actually I'm shocked that nobody has come up here and said, this is how it would harm the area, and this is how these people would be harmed, and this is our data and evidence. It was almost just focused on this arbitrary setback number. And so I look at it, I guess, through the lens of a planner, through the lens of someone that, looks at maybe the zoning law more technically. But I think what Commissioner Peru said was pretty profound about, what are we trying to do here? Most of us, we all love our kids in the community. And maybe in my house we look at things a little differently. Call us progressive, call us what you want, but in our household we're not trying to shield our kids, we're trying to arm our kids with information. When I take my kids to school every single morning, I pass, half dozen liquor stores. Big words, liquor, all of this. And I'm not trying to do this equivocation between liquor and marijuana, but my kids know, they know already that, alcohol is something that people enjoy, but not all people can enjoy it, and that there's negative consequences, and we talk about it. We have family members that suffer from alcoholism, and we talk about it. And so, we're not going to be able to shield them from the world forever. And if something is legalized in the state of Michigan, and it's, the voters overwhelmingly legalized it, to me, it gives all the sense in the world to technically follow the zoning and planning ordinances that are in front of us. Commissioner Colo. You're welcome, guys. I out-talked Commissioner Colo.
Thank you.
Just one question. This is for the city attorney, the city manager. I just want to confirm that the plan is laid out, including all the environmental sustainability features. So the approval of the license on those grounds, that's legally binding. There's no coming back and saying, oh, well, we couldn't. No disrespect. I assume everyone's here with good intentions, but we've had proposals before that have a lot of awesome bells and whistles, and then something happens and it's like, oh, well, we couldn't do that really cool piece. I'm just curious, how legally binding are the very specific details as laid out in this proposal?
Well, my understanding, I'm going to defer to Mr. Twing, but if they were going to vary from that they would have to come back and modify the site plan. So yes, they are obligated, and so through the building inspections, that would become part of the building site plan. So if there's some inconsistencies, that's why we regulate things that come in when someone pulls a building permit. So yes, they are obligated.
It would be the standard, and I would say on top of that, the licensing here is predicated on them continuing to comply with your special land use and whatever site plan is approved for it. So on top of the special land use, I believe their license would be part of that, but I'll defer that to the attorneys.
The licensing scheme, the way it's built in, it also ties into the special land use and the site plan, so they all work in conjunction with each other. But the license is also independent to allow them to go to the state to be able to get their license from the state as well.
Great. Good. All right, thank you.
So we have a special land use on the table right now, motion. Any other discussion? All right, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Abstentions?
Aye. Or me.
She's saying not AYE, the letter I. Okay. Commissioner Perush.
I'll move approval of the site plan using the language of the resolution that's in front of us in terms of compliance with all of the standards and setbacks and so on and so forth.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Perush. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion on the site plan. Commissioner Colo.
I just want to make sure that includes understanding that how the petitioner had agreed to remove the word cannabis from the sign also, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table for the site plan that also includes the elimination of the word cannabis, but with the acceptable if, other designation like provisioning center or something like that. Okay. Commissioner Douglas?
Thank you, Mayor. So I've been on the Planning Commission since consistently since 2005, and I have never seen such a clean site plan. And I think Mr. Twing has said that in a casual conversation. It's just, I mean, they've dotted all the i's, they've crossed all the t's. Every element of this is as it should be based on the zoning and the building requirements. Very, very clean application.
Yeah, I'll just double down on that. Regardless if you support the project or not, the site plan here is, I think, a benchmark for all other commercial entities in the city of Royal Oak to look towards for stormwater management, for green infrastructure. It's overparked, meaning that it goes above the parking requirements. It's something that, independent of the nature of the business, this is a really, really, really good site plan. Commissioner Macy, then Commissioner Cole.
So I agree that the site plan is amazing and yes, very, very keynote. They do have all the bells and whistles, and I hope that they will end up being there. Are we not going to talk about the setback and waiving anything? Have we decided we don't have to do that?
If you want to bring it up as part of this motion discussion.
Well, in the last discussion, it felt like no one else thought that we didn't have to do that because it didn't apply. But I guess I'm confused about the site plan is part of where the setbacks are also included. Right?
I think I'll let Mr. Twing or Mr. Leal maybe answer that question. Are you specifically talking about the customary setbacks or the?
No, the school.
Okay.
Well, from the planning division standpoint, it doesn't apply.
Right.
There's nothing to waive.
Right. So I know the stance, but I'm just wondering if we as a body are also, is that the stance that the body is taking, that we don't have to waive the setback because it doesn't apply?
I think under the site plan or the special land use and the site plan, that's the way it's proposed.
Okay.
Correct? Yeah.
All right. So.
Good clarification, though. Commissioner Caldwell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to talk about all the infrastructure stuff that's on this too, and once just add on to what Commissioner DeBuck said. I mean, this is everything we're looking for in a site plan. If you threw in affordable housing, I mean, this could be our PUD community benefit plan, and this is what we're looking for. So that really excites me. And one thing too, what Commissioner Pruitt had said before, she was talking about we a lot. This is the best application we saw. And I think I just should clarify, she meant we as in the city and not the city commission.
Right.
In fact, the 7 of us have only seen 2 site plans. Or 3
we actually haven't seen an application. None of us up here have actually seen an application.
Nor do we know, aside from public records, court records, who the other applicants are. So This is all the information we have before us. And we've heard from the city administration who have looked at it, that this is hands down the best one that they saw.
Okay. Anybody else got a motion on the table? All right, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes. Oh, and abstentions?
Abstain.
Yeah, sorry. All right.
Just one small clarification. There was the issue of whether we needed to go back to the planning commission or not. And I think there was a suggested motion that we didn't have to. Was that part of the motion?
Right.
Yeah, that's what we meant when we approved the site plan. You don't have to go back.
We don't have to go back to planning commission. Okay, I just wanted to get that clarification. Thank you very much.
You can if you want. No, stop.
We've only paid for 2 meetings. We didn't pay for a 3rd yet.
Would you like another public hearing?
All right, well, good luck. I know you guys are going to get fast to work, and we look forward to you being good neighbors to everybody out there, and we're rooting for the success of the entire area.
Thank you very much.
All right, take care.
Good thing, take a look at the
I actually have a hearing condition that I've cultivated over time where I can block out Brandon.
And me, yeah, specifically me.
Just specifically Brandon.
I don't care if you guys have a forum. You do whatever you gotta do.
Oh, put that on, say out of the microphone. Something remote is required.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no worries. You want to take a quick few-minute break? No, I just need you guys. You might hear funny jokes picked up on the cameras.
Want to take a break?
They heard a joke.
Yeah.
Camera's got it.
Camera's got it?
All relatives left.
All right. Hello, how are you guys doing? We're just gonna, it's not really an official recess, we're just gonna let the room clear and then Commissioner Perush needs to grab some water from sick bay. And then I just lost Commissioner Polo, so. My ability to manage a meeting has just fallen apart within 8 seconds, so I don't know what happened. Well, I lost our city attorney too.
Dropping like flies.
Reminds me of that time in college, I decided I'd pick up a quick $50 and substitute teach. I got assigned to a high school. And all these kids are like, can I go to the bathroom? I'm like, I don't need to know your business. And by the end of the class, there's like 2 kids left. I'm like, oh man. Wonder where they all went. Don't put me in charge.
I subbed to the high school and would give you a folder and the very front page in big letters. One person could leave the room at a time.
Oh my God. What if there's an emergency? I'm sorry. There's a fire. Only you. I save you. Yeah, no, I was gonna ask some sort of questions. I mean, I think it's worth it here because I think there's some people are deliberately misconstruing. Oh, we should be live right now. Those in the background. Looks like we got most everybody, so we will commence the next agenda item, which is Planning Commission recommendation, special land use permit and site plan marijuana retailer 408 to 424 East Harrison Avenue, doing business as Royal Treatment. Mr. Twing.
This site did have a public hearing in front of the Planning Commission at their February 8th meeting. The Planning Commission is recommending approval of both the special land use and site plan. It's the redevelopment of a site that is zoned general industrial. Moving to the building, what they're proposing is a retailer of about 3,700 square feet with a usable square footage of a little over 3,100 square feet. And they would also have parking on site, a total number of 31. The required number would be 24. So they are in compliance with the parking standard. In addition, they are proposing a green roof system, some solar panels, all outlined in the report and on the plans, wind turbines, some permeable pavers in the walkway and within the greenbelt area of the sidewalk, rain gardens, as well as some rain barrels in terms of the environmental items. Staff did not identify any deviations or variances that were required as part of this proposal. And as I said, the Planning Commission is recommending approval of both the special land use and site plan. There is a suggested resolution in the commission letter if the City Commission concurs with the Planning Commission.
Okay, questions for Mr. Twing? Commissioner Macy.
We heard a lot tonight about traffic in this area. Can you tell me what was discussed and how that...
Well, the issue of whether a traffic study was needed did come up. The Planning Commission didn't see the need to recommend that. I would just simply indicate that there was a traffic study done here, not specifically for this project, but just in general, back when the commission was talking about removing diverters or keeping diverters. So it wasn't that long ago that there was a traffic study done. And not to shorten it, but it basically said that the study said the diverters weren't needed and other things weren't necessarily needed because of the traffic at the time. So the Planning Commission didn't recommend one. There is not one required as part of this ordinance provision. So.
But they didn't make the approval contingent on the traffic.
No.
Any other questions for Mr. Twing? Okay.
The petitioner's here too if you want to hear from them or have anything.
Yeah. Petitioner, same rules apply. If you come up here, you got to open yourself up to questions. Is that all right?
Certainly.
All right.
Happy to do so. Good evening. It's not good morning yet. Jim Razor on behalf of the petitioner, 201 East 4th Street in Royal Oak. Thank you so much for your patience and for your long hours sitting at this table. I want to introduce our completely 100% local team. We don't have local partners, we are the local partners. This is not a national company coming in, and this is one of the other applications out of 30-some that was approved, and I think much of that might be to the success of principal, Ed Habib. Ed, as you'll hear from him, 30 years ago, when his dad took a series of dilapidated buildings at the south end, was sweeping floors. And they single-handedly, over 30 years, cleaned up the south end. And I think it's somewhat ironic that a lot of the folks that spoke tonight are living on land that the Mahmoods improved and packaged and turned into something that could be developed out of a very dilapidated industrial district. I want to introduce Dave Rudoy, who is our marijuana specialist that can talk to you about traffic and apps and other things concerning dispensaries to dispel the specter of some sort of catastrophe that's going to occur in this shop. We have our architect, John Vitale, another Royal Oak long-time partner, who's going to talk to you about the amazing green elements and forested landscape of this particular adaptive reuse of a vintage building from the 40s. I want to emphasize that this is not a grow facility. This is not a facility that does any sort of examination or inspection. This is simply a dispensary. And it's not just any dispensary. Royal Treatment is a very high-end boutique dispensary. It's very small. It's approximately, from what I was listening to in terms of the other facility, this is about a third of the size of their grow facility only. It's about a quarter of the size of the Gatsby building. It is on industrial zoned land. So I want to go back to that because I was thinking about comparison. If you think of a CVS versus ZMC, you know, CVS is a high volume national brand. This is not. This is an individual one-off owned by a business owner in Royal Oak that's more like a boutique store, like ZMC is to a pharmacy. This is not a McDonald's. This is not a 7-Eleven. This is a ZMC, which happens to be down the road. This is a very cool use of an existing building. It is really the brainchild of Ed and his commitment to the community, to hard work, to success in business, and to staff retention and loyalty. He has had a long-standing commitment to this community. I don't think anybody could say that he and his family haven't been amazing stewards of that land over this period of time. And I heard some talk about the philanthropy plan of the last applicant. And I won't reserve a judgment on that, but I will tell you that our plan includes $50,000 for Royal Oak Charities every year after we're in operation. And those charities include Stagecrafters and the Royal Oak Youth Clubs and the Royal Oak Community Foundation, which funds the animal shelter and the Commission for the Arts. This is $50,000 a year that these organizations can use every single year that Royal Treatment is in business in the city of Royal Oak, and it's a commitment to this community that I think is very important to know. And John's going to talk about the plan, but what I do want to talk about is the community leaders that are behind this individual that's in front of you. Two of the letters that we have in front of the Planning Commission that are in your package are from Jim Ellison, who's our state representative and past mayor, and Sheriff Bouchard, who is not our past mayor. But I'll tell you what, if you got Sheriff Bouchard and Jim Ellison into a room, there probably wouldn't be a lot of things that they would agree on, but what they would agree on is that Ed Habib and his family are quality community members, are great people. And then you have other people like Brett Tillander and Jay Dunstan. Coincidentally, Jay lives just a couple blocks away from this, who have indicated that, and both Citizens of the Year at some point in time in Royal Oak, have indicated that they believe in Ed Habib and his ability to manage businesses. Ed is is the member that brought us the Root, which is an amazing restaurant that bring us Mabel Bray. They took this recycling business and moved it from a dilapidated regional business or factory to a nationwide presence. And I think that that's part of why administration chose them to be in front of you, is the quality of their stewardship. I don't want to take the wind out of Ed's sails because I know that he's very modest, and I do want to be very brief, but if you could show Mr. Twain slide 2. Slide 2 that we gave you. It's not part of that plan. I'll tell you what, let me talk about this plan and then we'll go to, yes, thank you. This is Royal Oak Recycling, and Ed can talk about this, and if you go to the second attachment to this, it's the things that Ed probably wouldn't feel comfortable talking about because he's pretty modest. But Ed is one of the, if you could go to the next several pages of that, or is that slide 1? I think it might be.
This is 3.
That's 3. They're in different PDFs, Mr. Twain. So I don't know how those got organized, but what you're looking at is the dilapidated state of the whole Royal Oak storage facility when they took it over. And Ed can talk about what it was like to sweep floors in that. But I want to point something out. This piece of property, isn't that beautiful? I mean, this is the neighborhood that we are talking about 30 years ago, before Ed and his family did the beautiful things that they did. But what I want to point out to you is this particular piece of property is bounded by a truck route across the street from a recycling facility and next door to a railroad track. This is solidly in your industrial zone. It is not, and there's no requirement in your ordinance about setback from residential uses. But what I can tell you is that this is far away from any R1 zones. These are next to apartments and condominiums that were built in the industrial zone. And something I want to point out that John will emphasize is what pains we took to insulate this property from the adjoining residential uses. You'll see on the entire north side of this property that we've created a pocket park. That pocket park includes a wonderful landscape path. It includes a monument on the northeast corner, which will accept a wonderful piece of art. It includes down the east side a beautiful bioswale and a very large forested bank of trees. What we chose to do with this is the portion of Knowles, and I have to apologize. I lost the contact information for the man from 1200 Knowles, so I ran outside to talk to him. We're not ignoring him, and certainly we want to help him if he has any issues. But what we did is to preserve any sort of intrusion to the condominiums to the east, is we made sure we didn't have an entrance off of Knowles. And we did that to make sure that there was no intrusion on the street behind them. We could have delivered trucks down that road. We could have done all sorts of things down that road that we didn't do. What we did was we put a beautiful landscape berm there. We put a bioswale there. We put a forested berm of trees there, and we didn't increase the size of the business. And we managed to do all this while producing 150% of the parking that is required in this zone, because we didn't want to be a problem. We've also agreed to turn our traffic to the west out of this facility to Main Street, so it doesn't go through the neighborhood. We've also agreed to have our security people tell people to go out towards Main Street. We've agreed to, and we've reached out to Apple and Google so that their maps won't bring people through the neighborhood, but will bring people up through Main Street. The problem, you know, the thing that I heard today from a lot of people was, and I was kind of happy to hear, they didn't hate the facility, they didn't hate this plan, they didn't hate the bioswales, the permeable pavement, the wind power, the solar power, and the other cool features that John will talk about. They didn't even hate the fact that it was a dispensary. They didn't talk about safety from the dispensary. One lady did. But, I mean, generally, all they talked about was the traffic. And I talked to these folks over the weekend, and I saw their plan, and there's a lot of things about their plan that I think are cool. I like placemaking, I like traffic calming, I liked him as a commissioner, as a planning commissioner. There's a lot of things in that plan that I think are neat. But we have been in this process for a couple of years, and we can't really delay approval based upon what a traffic study might show in the future. But what I can tell you is the 2017 traffic study that Mr. Twing referenced showed, I think, less than 20% utilization of the roadway on Harrison going over to Morse. So it's not like this segment has a ridiculous traffic problem. However, I've never seen a freeway exit empty into a neighborhood. I think that there's been a lot of development. I thought it was ironic that the biggest developer in the area, who's brought the most traffic to the area, is now complaining about the traffic that he himself has created. I thought it was interesting that nobody from really any of the affected streets were talking. I think it was like a street over, protected by a berm. But what I can tell you is that, and I want Ed to come up because I want to stop talking for a second because I want you to hear from Ed, is that Ed Mahmoud is the type of person that will work with the neighborhood if there's issues. We don't think there's going to be issues because this is not a volume operation. This is like a high-end jewelry store. It's not that big. And if you could, Mr. Twing, go back to the very start of that, just to the view of the facility. This is a very small facility on a very big piece of park-like land. So you can go there. It only has one entrance that will be left turn only onto the street. And the thought that somehow this is going to create the most gigantic traffic problem and it's going to be the end of civilization as we know it, I don't think is going to happen. But if there are issues, I know that Mr. Mamou is going to work with the neighborhood to take care of them. And that's what I know about him because he's local. Mr. Mamou, come up. I'd like to introduce you.
Thanks, Jim. So Ed Mamou, owner of Royal Treatment. I'll take this opportunity. Thank you, Jim.
Please.
Yeah. Just a short bio on myself and some of the direction that we're going in. So again, my name's Ed Mamou, owner of Royal Treatment and also an owner and executive at Royal Oak Recycling and Royal Oak Storage. I also have two restaurants locally. One is Maple Gray in Hazel Park and the other is Doug's Delight in Hazel Park. So I do appreciate the opportunity to present in front of the City Commission. It's very humbling to be here, and I thank you again, as Jim had said. So in 1991, my family purchased Royal Oak Waste Paper and Metal Company. It was a 10,000 square foot building on a dirt lot. My dad, when he would use the bathroom, he would run to the local McDonald's to come back. We saw a vision for the site, its central location, the great community. Over the years, we've invested back into the site rather than building up a retirement plan, a 401k typically. We've invested back into the buildings, back into the community every single year. We've done this with the site at Royal Oak Recycling, which is now operated by the GFL company, the site of Royal Oak Storage, which is also our headquarters for Royal Oak Recycling. We did that for the first phase of the Metro Lofts with Mark DeMaria and his team. The site for the second phase of the Harrison Lofts, where we worked with Bob Wolfson there. Our goal is purchase properties, clean them up, and work on best use. About 15 years ago, we successfully changed the truck route from an eliminated truck traffic going down the drive from Morris via the Bermuda exit on Main Street, off of 696. So we worked with Jim Razor, spent the money on the traffic study, and lobbied the city to change that truck route. So we eliminated truck traffic driving through Morris ourselves, listening to the neighborhood and taking it upon ourselves to eliminate that truck traffic. So we do also hope to complete a successful improvement at 420 East Harrison for the site of Royal Treatment. It's a site we hadn't yet decided how to improve. It's an odd shape, it's a smaller lot. So why that site and why cannabis? We were approached by several large international cannabis companies to open a dispensary there. And instead of allowing large companies to come in, as a corporate chain, we decided to keep it local. We understand the market. We have a good local team. We did our due diligence, again, to echo what Jim was talking about. Stuckey Vitale, David Rudoy, Jim Razor, myself, FWD Marketing in Royal Oak. So it's an entire Royal Oak committed team. As part of the application, as Jim mentioned, it's $50,000 a year back into the charities. We've researched this market. Our idea is to provide a high-end boutique dispensary and experience similar to that we've done at Mabel Gray. We want to serve similar to, instead of serving 400 people a day at $50 a piece, it's 200 people a day at $100 a piece. It's this experience that we want, basically a curated experience that we want people to have at this space. So we have a great team behind us, and thank you again for allowing us to present today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Member. John, thank you very much. John, could you talk about the green infrastructure that we've built into this building, please?
Sure. My name's John Vitale. I'm with the firm Stuckey & Vitale Architects. We've enjoyed over 30-some years as a Royal Oak business, and appreciate the opportunity to present here tonight. Maybe in the sake of time, we actually use the same engineering firm that presented just previously, so we've incorporated all the same kind of infrastructure and green improvements that you heard a little earlier. So the site includes, rainwater detention, permeable pavers. We have rain barrels collecting water. We have a green roof. We have a solar panel on the roof. We have wind turbines. Every particular area that we could focus on to make this site green, we've incorporated. We too are capturing all the rainwater that we have on site and the stormwater. We're cleaning that before it goes back into the system. So we're doing every possible thing that we can to make this building green. In addition to the building itself will be many energy-saving, equipment, the HVAC, LED lighting, all those kinds of things. It's a great adaptive reuse of an existing building. We're completely renovating the building inside and out, a new skin on the building. You can see the new entryway that we're proposing. I think is a very attractive addition to the neighborhood. A complete new infrastructure in terms of electrical, mechanical, and so on. And we certainly have heavily landscaped the site, as Jim mentioned. We're particularly interested in creating a good buffer between the residential property and the parking lot itself. So we have a berm that's heavily landscaped with trees and evergreen trees and those kinds of things. So the pocket park is something that's integrated nicely into the neighborhood. We have a walking path that connects from the south to the north with an opportunity for artwork at the corner, which makes a very nice focal point, and certainly can answer any additional questions that you might have.
And just because of the way the presentations went, I just want to indicate we didn't copy Gatsby. I mean, this, is independent. John didn't talk to them. having sat on the commission and the planning commission and listened to the direction that we're going in, it was super cool to be on this team, to talk with the architect and talk with Ed about the great green features we could build into this old building and old site. And one of the coolest things, I think, Mr. Twing, could you go back to that overhead view, just one of them, is the improvement on the view from the condos on the other side of Knowles is stunning. Right now they look on Industry, a railroad track, huge DTE towers. And you know, everybody that lives in this zone knows what it's like to live, you know, by the train and by all this industry. That view becomes a gorgeous forested landscape view. Also, the view from the new condos, the PUD on the northeast corner of that intersection now becomes a beautiful view of a pocket park. I'm not sure that any of them are actually going to see the building. But if they were to see the building, they're worried about traffic. So I want Dave to come up and talk about, in the modern era, how traffic is staged at a dispensary. And I also want you to, if you could, touch briefly on, you know, the specter of crime and the specter of property values. Thank you so much.
No problem. I'm David Rudoy. My office is on 4th Street in Maine at the Maine Professional Building. I'm also a resident of Royal Oak, and I live on Minerva Street. So I consider myself very invested in this community. I'm very happy that you guys are delving into allowing these sort of businesses. As somebody who studied this nationwide, I was also a member of the Am I Legalized board that helped put this on the ballot. So it's something near and dear to my heart. What you'll see is there's some counterintuitive aspects of this. I think a lot of people worry, will this hurt my home values? This has been studied extensively. We included it, I believe, in the council packet. But the answer is no. It actually increases home values for homes to be located near a dispensary, and certainly consider when you compare it to the other industrial uses that could be on this site without any site plan approval, special land use approval. But it actually increases the closer they are to retail marijuana uses. So 7% within increase in property values compared to properties that are a half mile away, the ones that are within a tenth of a mile. So I find that interesting and counterintuitive. The other thing that you're going to see, and that's just the data. What it turns out is that people like being located next to these. They don't cause a lot of problems, and that it actually decreases crime, which I think is a little bit more intuitive because there are cameras, there is security, and there's more of a presence there. So it's actually much less likely that there will be crime going on. I believe that an additional dispensary in a neighborhood leads to a reduction of 17 crimes per month per 10,000 residents. So, and I think that one is pretty intuitive. Generally, when you increase a presence, you have more lighting, you have more people there, that there's going to be less crime in the area. Although people, I think of marijuana to attract a certain type of individual, but that's just not true with legal dispensaries. Drug dealers don't go to legal dispensaries, and people don't go there to rob places where they're on camera. With that being said, we have, I represent various retail marijuana establishments around the state of Michigan, and we've been offered Breeze, which is located in Hazel Park, operated by a company called Trucenta. They have, I believe, still the busiest dispensary in the state of Michigan, but you'll see that there's not a lot of traffic issues created, not a lot of parking problems, not a lot of traffic backed up onto John R. Road there, even though they do a significant more than is planned for Royal Treatment, which is more of a boutique store. And it's a lot of dealing with software and planning when people are going to show up. So how they've been able to manage that with such a high volume without people, you know, the Starbucks on Woodward that backs up on Woodward every single day, how they've been able to avoid that sort of thing is the software, when you place your online order, tells you to show up at a specific timing. So it'll tell you at what point you need to show up. And they average the people in the parking lot at that particular store to be in the parking lot for an average of 2 to 3 minutes before they have to leave. And then obviously, I know we have committed to all advertising that will exist for this store will be advertising for people to come in off exit 16 off 696 and from downtown Royal Oak rather than through the neighborhood. It is not the intention of Royal Treatment to try to direct any traffic, and we will be petitioning Google and all the map companies as far as directing traffic that way as well. I do believe, we're talking about probably maybe a couple hundred per day visitors, not like some other dispensaries that are doing 800. With all that traffic directed, it will be very few people who would be going that right direction on 696 to arrive at this boutique establishment to then drive through the neighborhood. I understand the concern, but we plan on working with the community to do everything that is possible to do to direct traffic another way. And I agree with Jim. I think that the mitigation that the community put together are some great ideas. I kind of hated those islands in the middle of 4th Street and Washington, but I actually like it, after some time. And I do think that it cuts down on traffic to some degree, a little bit of the craziness of traffic there. So, we fully support the mitigation plans that the community put together. I really don't believe that this is going to add significantly to any traffic on that street, but we certainly want to help and make sure that that stays true. And I believe that Ed is very committed to this community and working with the community. If there are any other issues that arise based on this establishment being here, we will deal with it. And the truth is, history has shown that these types of establishments are not dangerous for communities and have been near residential communities all over the United States for a number of years now, and the studies really show, it's not an opinion, the studies really show very little detrimental effect, if any. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate you all very much for being here so late over and over again.
Thank you, Dave. And I just wanted to wrap up and amplify on that. I don't really know that any of this is going to turn into the problem that you've heard some people say tonight. That neighborhood approved marijuana dispensaries by 75%. It was like a little under 75, 74%. It was higher than the Royal Oak average. Then you were careful enough to do a survey to find out if people wanted these in the industrial zone. And over 60% of the people that answered the survey said yes. They wanted them in the industrial zone. When you're considering site plan approval for this, you have to look at the effects in the zone. There are no bad effects in this zone. There are no other industrial users which will have a problem because of this. And the specter of people actually driving through that neighborhood to come to this place, if they're coming from the east, they're going to go to Hazel Park. If they're coming from the north or coming from the south, they're going to go on 8 Mile. These are folks that are coming from the west or people coming from the north, and people who want a boutique experience and want to pay more. So this is not a market that should really scare anybody, and nobody's going to drive through those streets more than once from the freeway and go, I don't want to come this way, I'm going to come on Main Street, and we're going to make them turn left. So the specter, and you asked a question, Commissioner Macy, a good question about whether we need to have a traffic study. And the City of Royal Oak doesn't require that as part of this application. And the latest traffic numbers that we have show, I don't think more than 20% utilization on that stretch of road to the freeway. There are a lot of things, when I sat at this table, I've lived in this community since '94. It's 28 years, if I did the math right. I have heard a list as long as my arm of things that were going to destroy this community. As a matter of fact, front-end angle parking on Washington was going to destroy this community. Imagine was going to destroy this community. Bars were going to destroy this community. Prana was going to destroy the community. The building of this building was going to destroy this community. The park was going to destroy this community. The parking structures were going to destroy this community. And today you heard from a select few people that said that this is going to destroy the community, and it's not. It's just like the other things that I rattled off. And if we all sat down in a room together, we'd probably come up with 50 more things that people said were going to destroy this community. This is not going to cause the impact that they are indicating there's a specter of. What is going to destroy it is if you folks say no to perfectly lovely plans that are very compliant with all the zoning in the world and that incorporate all of the known green infrastructure that we have in buildings based upon a specter of people, of a very small minority of people saying no. 74% of this neighborhood said yes. More than 60% of the voters said yes to marijuana dispensaries in industrial zones. This is an industrial zone. It's not that big of a zone. You know, there's always going to be somebody that's unhappy when you put anything anywhere in Royal Oak. I tried my best this weekend to work with the folks that came with the neighborhood to come to a kumbaya so we could all be on the same page. I'm sorry that I couldn't do that. But we will work tirelessly, as Ed has over the last 30 years, to make sure that we are the best possible neighbor. We even offered to them, and I'll offer to you today, we'll do a park cleanup with them of Lawson Park. We'll pay for it, we'll staff it. For their neighborhood association, the neighborhood association that has meetings and bylaws in this neighborhood, we will definitely do a community event like a block party on a yearly basis. Our goal is to be the best possible neighbor. We want to show this community that dispensaries coexist in our industrial, eclectic, cool, interesting zones. I think it's going to be as well accepted as ZMC is, and I'd really appreciate your site plan approval and special land use approval today so that we can get this gorgeous adaptive green reuse of this vintage building on the road, and we can have a successful dispensary so that the will of the voters to, you know, have legal marijuana in the state of Michigan and in the city of Royal Oak is, you know, put into motion. I'm sorry, it was a long presentation. It's been a long night. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for the petitioner? We'll go to Commissioner Hunt and then Commissioner Cole.
Thank you for that presentation. One of your colleagues just spoke about the purchase process of having to order online and having a designated time to come and pick up, and that would possibly mitigate the traffic flow. Are all of the purchases going to be online? Are they all by appointment only? Or at some point will that open up to walk-in traffic?
David, I think you can talk to that.
So it would not be all by appointment only.
Okay.
However, what we're seeing kind of across the board is that's how a lot of people, because of COVID and everything else going on with the pandemic, people would prefer to shop that way. But it will be, you know, the intention is hopefully things are cleared up by that time. We're not wearing masks now. That it would be for both, because Ed is certainly trying to cultivate an experience for the people that show off that sort of boutique shop experience that I think is a little more served by actually coming inside. So it would be a bit of both, but certainly a lot of people prefer sit in their car curbside and order online. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I understand that this weekend you spoke with the Homeowners Association about some possible mitigation or traffic mitigation practices. Was there a conversation prior to this weekend, or was there any effort to interact to figure out a way of mitigating traffic?
Yes, okay. Indeed. And I just wanted to bootstrap, though, before I forget on what Dave said. One of the reasons that we did 150% of the parking that was necessary on site was just to make sure that we weren't being a bad neighbor. You know, we could have paid for less parking and done more parkland, but it's 150% of what the zoning ordinance requires. We could put in more parking, but then it's at the expense of that beautiful berm and the forested barrier and the pocket park and all the other things we did to mitigate the impact on the neighborhood. Yeah, Commissioner Hunt, I got to tell you, I scheduled a Zoom meeting with the neighborhood. I sent out notices to everybody that the city sends out notices to. They attended for maybe 10 minutes before they left. They were having a meeting. They didn't invite me to it. I reached out to everybody I possibly could. Unfortunately, I have to report Mike Thompson would not meet with me. He would not invite me to the community meetings. I reached out to the people that live in 33 in Harrison. I wrote 33 on Harrison at their address with the state of Michigan and the address I found online 3 times. Because of COVID, I couldn't go knock on doors. I tried to do as much community outreach as I possibly could to talk with folks. I was very disappointed, I have to tell you. Evidently, the Lawson Homeowners Association doesn't have meetings. It's a very ad hoc group. There was no meeting that was held to talk about what their stance was on this. And I was very disappointed by that. And I specifically asked that question, do you have a meeting, can I come to it? And I was told, no, we don't have a meeting. So I don't mean to badmouth anybody that came up here, and they obviously feel it. But I kind of feel like, again, there's a minority of people making decisions because they didn't have a meeting, and they don't have bylaws, and they don't have regular meetings. And that's why I qualified saying we'll do a block party when we have a neighborhood association that actually has meetings, because anybody can stand up and say that they represent anybody. But the fact is that I did as much outreach as I could to everybody I could find, and there wasn't much of a response, except the people that hated it, that for whatever reason. I think they backed off to say, we don't hate it, but we're worried about traffic. And I get it. Everybody's worried about traffic once they have theirs. They don't want anybody else. But there's no traffic problem on the road, and there's no evidence in front of you that there's a traffic problem on the road. And the police department's not saying there's a huge amount of accidents on the road. And our experience from being there 30 years is that there aren't huge problems on the road, but what we said to planning is, we'll make sure everybody turns left. We'll make sure all of our advertisements has come off Main Street. We'll make sure that, we contact Google and Apple to tell them not to route people through the neighborhood. But the issue of the neighborhood and the freeway exit and the traffic, and we were the ones behind getting the truck route eliminated through the neighborhood. They didn't ask us to do it. We did it because we didn't want our trucks going through the neighborhood, and it was a horrible idea. But what I was going to say is the issue of the freeway exit and the traffic through the neighborhood really isn't our issue. We're not going to add significantly to the volume on that roadway. The issue is, okay, you have a former industrial zone that now became an eclectic, cool retail, housing, condo kind of zone. That was all single family mixed with a lot of industrial that was very dilapidated. What do you do with it now? And that's why I said, I don't hate their plan. I just don't think it's our responsibility to implement it. If the city wants to study it, we'll be 100% behind being involved in that process. If there's a better option for that freeway exit off of the interstate into a residential neighborhood, we'll certainly listen to it. We don't want to rely on that route at all. If that route was closed, we would be 100% happy. And if it turns into a problem, we will work with them tirelessly, because we're not going anywhere, to mitigate whatever problem there is. We just think that they're buying tomorrow's problems without any evidence in an attempt to defeat something that they just don't like in their neighborhood for whatever reason. People don't like new things. They're worried about them. It bugs them, but they turn out to be nothing. Sorry, Commissioner Colo.
Commissioner Colo. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Razor. Can you talk about this community benefits again? I heard you say that you've committed now to improving the 2 parks in the neighborhood on a yearly basis. That's Hudson and Lawson, and then doing a neighborhood meeting. What else are you doing for the community around here?
Thank you so much for asking. So we have indicated and reached out to the community to fund. I believe the first round of that was 5 organizations at $10,000 apiece. We had a meeting with Stagecrafters. They loved the idea. They wanted to be a beneficiary. We had a meeting with some other entities that didn't want to be a beneficiary of it. I know that the Royal Oak Youth Club wants to be a beneficiary of that. I know that we reached out. The way that the city structures its charities is you can't give money directly to the animal shelter to get tax deductibility. You don't give money to the Commission on the Arts. But we committed to give money for the animal shelter and the Commission of the Arts at $10,000 a year through the city's foundation so that we could fund those. And I guess there's another $10,000 that right now is uncommitted of that. But I think that is, as far as I know, the biggest philanthropy that anybody has proposed in any of the neighboring cities. $50,000 a year for Royal Oak Charities is a heck of a number. And if you think about what that could do for the animal shelter, what that could do for the Commission on the Arts, what that does for stagecrafters, for the Metro Detroit Youth Club, that is significant philanthropy, which we're happy to offer as a privilege of being granted this license. The stewardship of this building is another. The care of, we're committed to do a neighborhood block party and clean up 2 parks for some people who don't like us, which is like kind of masochistic. But I know through that outreach that we're going to find that the neighborhood's going to support this. And a lot of times when we were getting yelled at for Imagine, I knew that some of those people I would see at Imagine a year later, and I did. The very people that said that Imagine was going to be the very end of civilization in Royal Oak were buying popcorn next to me a year later. And I suspect you're going to find the same thing with this dispensary in this neighborhood. And I will definitely tell you all when I see one of the people that thought it was a bad idea in line to buy some gummies.
That's my other question for the applicant right now.
Commissioner Macy.
Yeah, thank you. So I appreciate what you're saying about what you're planning to give back to the community. I think that sounds really amazing. I like that you want to be a good neighbor. I would caution you a little bit that some of the things you're saying tonight and some of your tone might not be making the best friends at this exact moment. So being a good neighbor to your neighbors also maybe means reaching out with an open hand. You're aware of the plan that they have submitted for the traffic, and it sounds like you're planning to have a no right turn sign.
Right, we will have a no right turn sign at the facility, and we will have our staff direct people to turn left on Harrison to go back to me.
Okay, and so some of the other things that they proposed here, I understand what you're saying, like we're projecting here that this is going to be a problem. We don't even know that it is. But if it does turn out to be a problem, would this be something that maybe some of the philanthropy could be tied into, is getting some of these traffic diverters in place to ease the strain on the neighborhood, because they're the ones who are most directly impacted by this, if they are indeed impacted by the traffic
100%,
problems.
100%. I really feel, I feel like we have to support the study of it by the city if it turns into an issue. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be mean to people that, I want to have your friends. I have just tried so, I've tried so hard to reach out to people and come to a win-win. And some people were very mean to us. Some people said some really nasty things about me and my client at the Planning Commission. But really not nice things and personal things. And one person that I reached out to said I was stalking him because I reached out to him on Facebook and said, hey, can we have a conversation about this? That was it. I don't think that the people that you saw represent the people in the neighborhood, who I think are just going to be real happy that there's a boutique, local, cool dispensary that they can walk to, honestly. So I don't mean to be mean to them. But yeah, if it turns into an issue, I have always been a proponent of placemaking and traffic calming. I think those are cool placemaking and traffic calming devices that they're proposing. I don't think that they're necessary because of us. I think they could be desirable because of how that character of that neighborhood's changed over the last 30 years. So I don't know that that's our responsibility to pay for, but if there's some huge impact between the 2017, so Wolfson's got a huge amount of new traffic coming from his development. The lumberyard that was changed over created a bunch of new traffic, and it's gorgeous, and I like Bob, he does great work. So if the neighborhood has a problem, what I suggest to them is maybe we could do a CIA, Quarterly Improvement Association, to actually pay for the upgrades that they want to do, and banners and planners and traffic calming and things like that, which we could be a part of, to kind of propel that. Nobody ever said 30 years ago, okay, we're going to change this from industrial to cool, eclectic residential. What should we do in terms of monument signage and things? So, if that time comes, we want to be a part of it. We want to be involved in it. We want to be helpful with it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Douglas.
Yeah, Mr. Razor, your site plan, your landscaping plan shows that your driveway is Okay, let me start that over. Would you consider revising your driveway so that it is curved and has and curbed so that people can only enter from the west and exit to the west?
So we considered doing that, but what we did was we put the driveway as far west as we could on the property. If we make it a separate entrance and exit, it's going to be wider and it's going to be closer to the neighboring uses. So we're not necessarily adverse to like right turn only into it and left turn only out of it, but it does increase the width of the driveway, which makes it more visible to the facility, gives you less green space in front, and it gives you a driveway which is closer to the neighborhood. So it was a design choice to make the exit so that it's left turn only and it's posted across the street left turn only, and we can have staff members out there to direct traffic if need be to turn to the left. Yeah, we could, the answer to your question, sure. We could design a right turn in I'm not good.
So just right now, what you've got here is a single lane? No, there are arrows that show incoming and outgoing.
Incoming and outgoing.
So it's a two-lane road, so it seems like you could curve it to further force that traffic flow.
You know,
sorry.
I understand what you're trying to achieve. I think it's better because of incoming emergency vehicles and those kinds of things to leave it two-way, but we could still make it like you suggested or Jim suggested, left turn only. So I think it's safer to leave left turn only, so that drives all the traffic going out. But I think it's easier for safety reasons to keep it, a full functional driveway.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about emergency vehicle access. Okay, I accept that.
I actually have an architectural question, Well.
Okay, Mr. Cole?
Yeah. So, yeah,
he's got an architectural
well, why are you saying there, but now that you've gone back and forth, I guess that didn't matter. So moving on quickly to the site plan, we're talking a lot about parking. I don't think we're talking about, about traffic, but this isn't really a traffic approval tonight. We're talking about a site plan. Can you talk more about the stormwater management on the site?
Sure.
Particularly, do you know how many gallons of water that are being kept out of the ground? Do you know estimates? I mean, I know, do you have any underground stormwater detention?
We do. In fact, well, this plan, as you can see, this plan right here shows all those lines that you see in front of the parking lot there. Those are all underground detention, sort of a large pipe. So all the water is stored there before it enters into the storm system. That water is filtered through the rain gardens and through the natural filters that we have through landscaping before it enters the system. So I don't know the gallons, I apologize for that, but we could give you that.
A substantial amount more than the current concrete slab on the site right now?
Yeah, lots more.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so really that amount of lineage is designed to contain all the water before it's emptied into the storm system.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Commissioner Colo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I see a lot of my neighbors here tonight. This is my neighborhood, and I think that's fair to ask, Mr. Brake. We're not going to change. We're not going to solve a traffic issue tonight. That's not what we're here to do tonight. We're here to approve a site plan. Up or down on this site plan, though, I think it's fair to ask Mr. Brake to ask the planning department to start looking at this. And there's a lot of, this plan that Mr. Thompson put together. I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff in here. I can't lick my finger, but there's a lot of cool things in there. And I would like to see potentially if we could start looking, I know you guys are planning ARPA right now with Guidehouse. This might be a great way to start testing out some green infrastructure for traffic reduction. So maybe Ms. Donahue, Mr. Train, yourself, you guys can sit down and look and see maybe there's some potential that we can have to move forward. Not this exact plan, but maybe there's something that we could pilot down there.
I would agree with that statement. Certainly that's, and especially this promoting a neighborhood pedestrian mode to make that much more conducive where people feel much more comfortable walking in the area. So these are spot on. These are very good suggestions. So I commend the neighbors for all their hard work and and really identifying some solutions. So certainly with the potential funding source, you're spot on.
And if we're using ARP funding, that's a pretty fast process too. This is something that's not going to take, bureaucratic death, so to say. It's going to happen relatively quickly.
Well, let's put it this way. There are a lot of traffic items that we would like to accomplish through this, so I don't want to give a guarantee that absolutely this will be done, but certainly the neighborhood has addressed some issues, and let's, as Attorney Razor has identified, if there's some win-win situations that we can help facilitate. And because it is in the public road right away, so we don't have the ability of mandating a private developer of making those sort of improvements. So if there's ways that we can look at carrying that out that helps preserve and protect the viability of the neighborhood, certainly we need to look at those tools and move that forward. So some of the suggestions that I saw that I liked, and so from the staff level, we'll talk about that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Douglas?
Yeah, I'm not inclined to go full speed ahead on that. We've got 2 marijuana businesses, or potentially 2 businesses opening in Royal Oak. You've got Hazel Park, you've got Ferndale. I'm not sure what the market is going to be or what kind of traffic they're going to have there. We certainly have the ability to change, to study traffic in real time. I mean, as this business opens and as we see what their transactions are like and where people are going. We've got a traffic committee that is set up for exactly this reason, to study these sorts of issues. So I'm inclined to wait and see what happens on this street. It's not going to be a popular thing to say, but a traffic study may reveal that the berms that are in place now are doing a disservice to overall traffic flow. So from our Be Careful What You Wish For department. But I can see that there might be issues down the road, literally, but I'm inclined to take a wait and see attitude and see what develops with this business.
Commissioner Dubak?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, on that point, I'm inclined to agree with Commissioner Douglas that basically I'm in favor of whatever we can do to traffic smoothing, put green infrastructure on roads, right? Make sure we're upgrading to meet the needs and current demand. But I wouldn't want to do it preemptively. We'd see where things go, do a study, and see what's going to best serve the neighborhood and the public interest. What did I want to address here? So. I guess, I want to thank all the residents who came out tonight, and there's been regular communication about this, and I want you to know that you're heard. And I apologize if some of the petitioner's council comments seemed a little dismissive, but I'm not dismissing your comments, and I don't believe any of my colleagues are. It is true that often when a new project comes forward, we hear a lot of the same concerns, but they're not coming from a disingenuous place. Folks are legitimately concerned. It's change. When we were looking at the WROK brewery, there was yard signs. There was hundreds of people in here telling us we were moving the downtown into the neighborhood and we were going to destroy the neighborhood. That obviously wasn't the case. It turned out really, really well. It was a wonderful asset to the community. Most of the things that have been raised tonight are things that we really dug into, some of the data that we actually heard from the petitioner while we were crafting the ordinance. Questions about safety and environmental sustainability and traffic needs. We've looked at that, and that's how we ended up designing this the way we designed it. So when we decided where we were going to zone for this, that was all very deliberately done, and we knew the areas that we were talking about then, and that hasn't changed. And so again, I hear your concerns, but preventing any licenses or operators from being near neighborhoods in our city is virtually impossible. We're a residential city. You're going to be hard pressed to find any general business or industrial area that is not adjacent to a neighborhood. So that's clearly not something we're going to be able to do, but still enact the will of the people who 70% said yes, they want this, and then said yes, they want retail in the city. And even since we started pursuing this, we've had 2 local elections. And while we were going down this path, it was debated during those elections. And the result of those elections have kept us on this path. And I feel like that's just reinforcement that I get. You're in this situation now where you are rightfully defensive of your neighborhood. We take our neighborhoods and our homes intensely personally. But honestly, from the data we're seeing, I do not see likely harm to the neighborhood. In fact, I see benefit by and large. So that's where I'm at. And folks have asked, what's the rush? Let's wait, do traffic study, do more. I'm concerned the intent there is just to delay. It's been 4 years. It's been 4 years. It's like, I get angry letters and calls from residents saying, why hasn't this been done? You clearly have a mandate. And it's because we've been thoughtful and deliberate about it. So I just want to say, I hear you. I appreciate your concerns. I think looking at the road as things develop is the right thing to do, but I don't think it needs to be done preemptively. I think staff have, once again, proved that the rubric we built is bringing forward very good proposals and bringing them to the top and putting them in front of us. I love the environmental sustainability features. I think the aesthetic is clearly an asset to this area of the city. I think the business model, as was explained, probably puts this on the lower end of unique trips per day with regard to traffic. So it all adds up for me. So I will go ahead and move for approval of the site plan, right?
Special land use.
Special land use.
Motion by Commissioner Dubak, second by Commissioner Perush.
Question, in the document from staff, those appear to be rolled all together, or should we be acting first on the special land use, then on the site plan?
Oh, I thought they had to be separate.
I don't know, usually they are, but these both seem to be rolled in together.
I'd suggest you do them separate.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion on the table for special land use. Any other discussion?
Yeah.
Commissioner
So,
Douglas.
and this has been pointed out before, once upon a time this area was entirely industrial. And then Bob Wolfson, very savvy developer, saw that there was demand for people who wanted to live in kind of offbeat, funky areas. He did environmental cleanups. He made this a very attractive place to live. But the fact is that people who live there are still like right down the street from a recycling center and just across the tracks from an automotive impound yard. So there is still plenty of industrial use in this area, and in fact this development is a much nicer use than, with all due respect, a recycling center or an impound yard. We've heard that people want us to wait until we do a master plan because the zoning might change. We don't have that option. We, as a commission, have to act on the applications that come before us when they come before us based on the existing zoning. Zoning is industrial. 60+% of our voters said they wanted marijuana businesses in industrial zoning. So here we are. And whenever I hear, let's say, 30 people come up and talk against marijuana businesses, I remember that there are 70 other people out there who voted in favor of marijuana consumption in our city, and there are probably people in that development who will be very happy to walk a block and be able to buy marijuana. Just saying.
Commissioner Perush.
First of all, I want to thank the neighborhood for all of the work that they put into this whole process, the designs, the memorandum that they gave us in terms of advocating for a community impact statement and so on. Were very thoughtful, and we really do appreciate that. But on the other hand, neither a traffic study nor a community impact study are requirements for our application. There's a laundry list of things that the applicants have to supply to the staff and pay for. And those two items were not on the list. So, number one, if anybody's going to be doing and paying for those studies, it certainly should be the applicant. And we didn't ask any of the applicants to do that. This one, certainly. And if we're going to ask it of one, we should ask it of all of them. I mean, why should we single out just one applicant for a community impact study and a traffic study, and we don't ask anybody else? So I think that if we want to actually do those in the future, I think we need to add them to the ordinance and make sure that they're an application requirement for every applicant going forward. And we didn't do that. We can't move the goalposts of the application process when we're 99% of the way there. And that's what we would be doing if we were to say tonight, oh, now you have to do a traffic study. Well, we didn't require any applicant to do that, and we can't do that now when we're at this point, when this is at the table. We didn't ask it before the Plan Commission meeting, and we didn't ask it as we were drawing up the ordinance. So it's not fair to any of the applicants to ask them to do that now, especially if we're just singling out one particular applicant. So I was on the Plan Commission a long time ago when this area started to transition from industrial, and it was pretty darn ugly at the time, into other types of uses because the industrial uses were just kind of fading away. And at the time we recognized that the changes were going to be gradual and that we were going to have to manage them so that we wouldn't get strange, weird things in that area. And I think we've done a pretty good job as a city over the years of managing the transition from industrial to whatever it happens to be going forward, whether it's mixed use or whether it's residential. But I mean, I'm not a traffic engineer, I'm not a designer, I'm not an architect, but I just, based on my experience, my gut feeling is that the traffic is not going to be that much of an issue based upon their concept and the way that they are going to conduct their business. I just don't get that feeling. This is not going to be an enormous operation. It's going to be relatively small. I also don't think that, I know that there was a proposal years ago for a mixed-use project here, which had a lot of residential. And I know that the area is transitioning to residential, but it's not yet. It's still industrial. And I'm not so sure that if you were to have a mixed-use or a residential project in that area, it would generate less traffic than what this is going to generate. It would have to be an awfully large mixed-use or residential project to have the economic return on the investment in the land that this one does. So my gut feeling is that it would generate an equal amount, if not more, traffic than what they are proposing and what will occur in this type of development. So I guess, I mean, I appreciate the concern, I appreciate all the time that you all put into this effort, but number one, we can't require at the last minute these types of things for just one applicant, and number two, I just don't think it's going to be that much of a problem. And if they're committed to working with us, if there is in fact indeed a problem, I think that's what we need to go with. So I will support this motion. Excuse me.
Yeah, I'll just add, my house, I think many of you know, is probably a long base hit away from the Lawson Park neighborhood, not too far away. In fact, I think our preferred route when my wife and I go for a walk, I always, again, I do it when I say the word walk, I always think my dog's around, I'm going to be hassled for like 20 minutes now. But, you know, we go down, we walk the neighborhood, and I think it's one of the treasures of Royal Oak. I mean, the architecture, the homes, the parks. I mean, my goodness, look what we've done with the parks. We were fortunate enough to get community block grant funding, and we've been able to spend it wisely in the parks. And Mike, maybe I shouldn't admit this because I wasn't sure if the caution tape was appropriately put up yet or not, but we were in the area. We played basketball. You know, I showed the kids a few moves, sadly embarrassed them. You know, we've seen an evolution. Everyone's talked about how we've gone from industrial. We have some cool multifamily complexes there, some new areas for people to work. We had the truck route issue. We took care of the truck route issue in cooperation, actually, ironically, with the petitioner here. Frankly speaking, I opined about my international travels and some of the design work here I really like. I love the pedestrian islands. I love the fact that, you know, it's a way to slow down traffic, make it safer for kids to cross. And I don't think any of these are off the table, just regardless of what's ever going on with this application. I think these are really good ideas. And we always want to move the bar in Royal Oak to be the very best city we can be, to be the safest city, and be the fairest city. And so I hear you, just like Commissioner DeBuck said, feel you. I know what it's like, traffic on my street, you know, and I'll say it, and you guys kind of chuckle when I say it, but I voted against my own family's best interest. The berms and everything create a whole bunch of traffic flow coming down my street on South Alexander. In fact, I have to see former Mayor Ellison way too many times driving across my house. I don't know what he does, but he must forget, like, he must buy like a bolt at a time at the hardware store coming back and forth. No. Oh, he's spying on me. Speaking of cameras, no. But it's, you know, it's a challenge, and we try to, you know, cooperate and live together. And, you know, I hear you about the traffic, and, you know, I think, you know, I went to this map, Weed Maps. Have you guys heard of Weed Maps? I found that out on Google tonight because I was trying to do it on Google Maps, and then the Weed Maps popped up. But if you look, you know, I do agree with the idea that a lot of the traffic is going to come from the west and north. You know, if you're going to buy marijuana, I don't know why you would, you know, bypass Warren, or why you bypass Ferndale, or Hazel Park or Madison Heights to come pay twice the price in, you know, Royal Oak. I do think it's going to serve probably your Birmingham and your Bloomfield and your Beverly Hills, your Huntington Woods. I also think too that now that just before this we approved the one in the north, a lot of those communities are going to get served by, you know, the one that we just approved. So I'm not saying you have a bad business plan. I'm just saying I think that some of the traffic expectations should be a little tempered, I think, in that regard. And regardless of if this is a marijuana facility or a CVS, a bookstore, whatever it may be, or a residential community, like Commissioner Perush said, you're going to get, something's going to go on that land. Without a doubt, something's going to go on that land. You know, we haven't seen any real evidence that there's, you know, across the country that these dispensaries create any sort of criminal activity or anything like that. In fact, our former police chief was here and he said, yeah, we actually have no issue. We think that they'll be completely fine, no crime, not a magnet at all, which surprised me. You know, where for once I was the more conservative one on the other end and the chief was the liberal one on that end, I guess. You know, I'm not passionate about it. I don't care. Again, no offense to the petitioner. I don't think, you know, organizations like this, dispensaries like this, are going to save the day for Royal Oak, or, you know, but they are a legal business. They are allowed to petition. And regardless of the business type, anytime something comes in new, you're going to have a learning curve. I do feel because the city controls the routes in and out there, and we do have the petitioner guaranteeing the right or the left only exit out of the facility. If we do see something different than what we expected, if it's something that is, you know, I won't say problematic, but, you know, even irritable, I think we can go in and work with traffic control in there, everything from speed humps to pedestrian islands to things that, you know, really calm and slow traffic down. And, you know, frankly, too, any of the speeding you're seeing, I mean, I don't want to point fingers, but it's probably someone living in the neighborhood. It's like the time you flip off the guy speeding by and it's a neighbor that lives 4 doors down. That's a little awkward conversation when you walk by, you know. I've done that a couple times. I won't say I flipped him off, but maybe shook my old man hand at him. So I really do empathize with, you know, everything you've said, and I can't disagree with any of it. What I can tell you, though, is that, you know, the facts we see in front of us, I'll be supporting it, but, you know, just like we were committed to the truck route, just like we're committed to building the parks, just like we're committed to keeping the berms and putting, you know, working with the developer, Mr. Wolfson, when he was putting his building in, you know, as long as we're here, we're committed to working with the neighborhood because it's kind of an extension of our neighborhood. If there's traffic remedies that need to be put in, I think we can do that. I don't think we borrow trouble. I don't think we make a misstep because you got only so much money to do it. And I think once this opens up, if it passes, we can kind of take a gauge of what is going on, if we need to do anything, and then put those measures in place. But yeah, like Commissioner DeBuck said, it's one of these things where, you know, I was surprised the city 70% voted for it. Okay, we did the survey and they're like, oh, we want, and the folks that wanted retail dispensaries weren't even in the age demographic that I thought it would be. They tended to be in their 60s and 70s. You know, no matter how much we tried to look at this upside down, left and right, inside out, the public, you know, information demand was pretty clear and apparent and almost non-discretionary for us up here. So 4 years later, we're here. Hear ya, love ya. understand it. Tough decisions to be made all around, and just appreciate everyone coming out tonight. Anything else? All right, this is for the special land use. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, passes. Now we're at the site plan. Commissioner Douglas?
Yeah, I'll move the site plan.
We have a motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Perush. Discussion on the site plan. Commissioner Colo.
Thank you. This question is actually for Mr. Twing. There's reference in the packet back to the Planning Commission about the egress into 1200 Knolls. Can you talk about that? I mean, that's been vacated, correct?
Yes, the Knowles Street south of Harrison was vacated as part of a development proposal several years ago, as we referenced in the report. There was discussion from staff about how to address it in terms of going forward, but as the legal counsel for the petitioner and our city attorney discussed, the existing easements that were on it that provided access, they believed were sufficient. So it was withdrawn from the contingency of the planning staff, and the Planning Commission didn't include it. They believed the existing easements were sufficient.
So is that easement then right now, is it just used as a driveway? Is that exclusively for their use at this point?
It's for access and I believe utilities.
Okay. Okay, and then I know, Mr. Mayor, you spoke about the chief will take a look at any nefarious activity that's happening at that site. Okay, thank you.
As long as it's reported to him. If it rises to the level where it's reported to the police department.
That's true.
Anybody else on the site plan? I'll say I think it's interesting. I obviously prefer the green infrastructure that's been put in place, mitigate stormwater runoff. I think it does a pretty good job of insulating the actual property from. It kind of puts it on an island with the fence and the trees and everything. And just a quick question, Mr. Twing, if they have to plant the trees according to the plan, and if something happens to those trees, they die, they're still required to, remedy that issue. Let's say they don't water the first year or whatever. It's not like you plant, you're done. You're like, they have to maintain that plan.
Yes,
Yep.
that's correct.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Motions? Well, we have a motion. It's already tomorrow. I'm losing it, you guys. All right. Well, I guess I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Thank you for sticking it out tonight, everyone. We still have a little bit more business.
Thank you very much, guys. A pleasure.
Yeah, good luck, gentlemen. We take you at your word that you're going to work continuously to live up to the both what's in your plan and the commitments made here tonight to the neighborhood and the community. We trust that you will. We know that you will.
100%. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your service, everybody.
Well, it's just like I'm substitute teaching. I just keep losing people. Commissioner Dubov. All right.
Because I was able to read
Should we start? Okay. Oh, looks like we got him coming. All right. So this brings us to our last agenda item, which is the Planning Commission recommendation, special land use permit and site plan, marijuana micro business, 32767 Woodward Avenue, doing business as Best Life with a Y. Mr. Twain.
Very briefly, this is, as you indicated, a request to establish a micro business. It is in a general business zoning district located on the southbound side of Woodward Avenue at Samoset, a little bit south of 14 Mile Road. The Planning Commission did hold a public hearing on this proposal at its March 8th, 2022 meeting. The Planning Commission did forward a recommendation to the City Commission to approve both the special land use permit as well as the site plan with some contingencies. Briefly, the proposal itself is to renovate an existing building that was previously used as, I believe it was a mattress store. The site also includes a carry-out restaurant, and it also includes a fitness center, as you'll see in the staff report, as part of the parking requirements. In addition, the parking is provided by a residential accessory parking lot that is just west of the alley. And in totality, I believe they have 29 parking spaces between that lot and the parking that's accessed off the public alley. They are only required to have 23, so they are in compliance with that. In terms of other parts of the site plan, they have provided landscaping and screening. In terms of low-impact development, they've offered to have rain barrels that are depicted on the site plan, as well as rain gardens off of certain corners of the restricted accessory parking lot. With that, I guess I will stop. And again, the recommendation from the Planning Commission is approval of both.
Questions for Mr. Twain? Commissioner DeBuck.
Mr. Twain, I think I must have seen permeable pavers here, or am I on the wrong plan?
No, there's really just the rain gardens in the corner and in the parking lot area.
Okay. I think that is that in the dumpster area, though. If I remember correctly, they would have permeable pavers.
So I'm seeing on page 7 anyway.
Okay.
So, all right. So the permeable pavers, rain gardens.
This is the rain garden area. If you see the arrow,
Mm-hmm.
and the other rain garden is up in here. The rest is asphalt parking in the parking lot.
Okay. Thanks.
Commissioner Douglas.
Mr. Twing, is there detention on this site?
I don't believe currently.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else? Any other questions for Mr. Twing? Okay. I'm going to narrow down the petitioners tonight. You're here. Same rule applies. If you guys,
standing.
yeah, if you want to make a any sort of presentation or statements or kind of tell us a little bit what you're doing, we'd love to hear it. Just the same qualification. We may peg you with a few questions, if that's all right.
Okay. Well, good morning.
Officially.
Officially, good morning. My attorney was unable to be here today to do an introduction, so I'll just be giving an introduction myself. First off, thank you guys for still being here and working with us.
So Best Life has been selected to receive one of 2 adult use microbusiness licenses within Royal Oak. For those of you who may not know, the state describes a microbusiness as a licensed establishment that can grow up to 150 cannabis plants. It can process, package, and sell cannabis to people aged 21 or older. A microbusiness cannot sell or transfer any products to or from any other adult use establishment other than a licensed testing facility. All products are tested and recorded with the state of Michigan. Back in December of 2019, Best Life received its pre-qualification status from the state of Michigan, and back in February of 2021, Best Life submitted its microbusiness application to Royal Oak. Best Life is owned and operated by myself, Michael Kessler, and operates as a sole proprietor legal license company. Michael Kessler, myself, is a Royal Oak resident and is already a business owner in Royal Oak with the construction company American Modern. I was born and raised in Bay City, Michigan, graduated from Appalachian State University, where I was a college wrestler there for 5 years. I've also been involved in the cannabis industry since 2015. My company, American Modern, has worked on multiple licensed cannabis facilities throughout the state. A couple examples are 50,000 square foot grow facility located in Detroit, known as Viola. Another one, 30,000 square feet, located in Detroit, known as Grow Right. 3 dispensaries, one called Yuma Way in Bay City, another one, Viola in Detroit, and Courtside Gardens in Saginaw. I am a medical marijuana licensed grower. In 2020, I successfully actually cultivated 36 plants for 2 medical patients. As far as everything with myself, I think that I'm a well-established individual to operate a microbusiness here in Royal Oak. With that being said, I can go through our site plan. I don't know, do you have the presentation from the planning?
Yeah.
Okay, I can just go through and basically go through the same thing. So our location is just south of 14 Mile Road and is zoned general business. The actual building is surrounded by general business with Creo Studios to its north, Subway to the south, and Woodward Avenue to its east. Our parking lot is to the direct west. The parking lot is adjacent to residential homes, as does almost all businesses on Woodward. We acknowledge this, as Best Life will be cautious as to not disturb or cause any negative impact on our neighbors. I will go over the preventative measures detailing how we ensure the statement in a couple minutes. With the site plan above showcases new landscaping. Yep, there we go. Sufficient parking and stormwater retention systems. There will be a new landscape island installed in the back parking lot located in the west corner. This area will receive new 3-inch diameter oak tree and be full of ground cover to play a role as a rain garden. Along Samoset, we will be planting multiple oak trees as well as multiple boxwood shrubs. 2 oak trees will be between the curb and sidewalk, and 1 will be between the sidewalk and parking area. There is an existing narrow garden bed that will receive new ground cover and shrubs along the rear of the building. And then per our last meeting, we introduced a new landscape garden, which is kind of the 2 triangular shapes in the middle of the parking lot. That will also be effective as a rain garden, meaning that there's no curbs and it will be collecting rainwater from the parking lot. And back to the permeable pavers, Mr. Buck, you were correct. There are permeable pavers on site, and it is just where the new dumpster is located. The city does require a total of 10 off-street parking spaces for Best Life and an additional 11 for the 2 other businesses, which I am not related or working with the other businesses. It is just owned by the same landlord. I'm leasing the building. So we do have sufficient amount of parking spaces, and this does not include the parking in the front of the building, which we have also, due to the last meeting, changed that from basically angled parking to parallel parking, and also included another landscape garden on the front side of that building. So our parking does not include those additional parking spaces as well. Let's see. We have multiple stormwater retention solutions presented on the site plan with our increased area of landscaping that will provide several permeable areas for rainwater to be absorbed. We also installed permeable pavers for the new dumpster, as mentioned. Our major stormwater retention solution will be provided from our rainwater detention barrels, which will collect around 1,000 gallons of rainwater from the roof of the building. This stored water will be ran through a reverse osmosis filtration system, which will then be available to water our plants, limiting our impact on not only just the city's stormwater system, but also limiting our daily water usage. Yeah, that slide there kind of does have some details on the permeable pavers. So that's there. If we can go to the front elevation plan, which I think is one more slide. There we go. So here's the front elevation plan of the building. This is where the customers will enter the building. Our business sign will be centered above the front entrance and only be 50 square feet. There are several light fixtures in the soffit providing adequate lighting. The two north windows are located where one of our grow rooms are. So these windows will be replaced with some ambient glass to ensure no visibility into that area of the building. The two south windows will remain standard storefront glass and will be within the waiting area. The next slide will be the rear elevation plan. It might have got mixed up from last time. Oh, there we go. So the rear elevation plan of the building, this entrance will only be used for our employees. As mentioned earlier, we will be installing a narrow garden bed next to the building with small shrubbery. We will be installing a new exterior wall pack light to go with existing two wall pack lights. We will also be installing two new steel bollards to be protecting our utility meters. We'll also be installing two new rooftop screens to prevent the ability to see the existing and new rooftop units. If we go to the roof plan, I think it is a little to the left. Yeah, top left there is just going to demonstrate the rooftop units. So here's our roof plan showing the two existing rooftop units identified as RTU 1 and 2. We'll also be installing 4 additional small split systems with maximum height of 30 inches. The front of the building has an existing parapet wall that blocks the view of all rooftop units, and as mentioned before, the screens will be installed to block the rear view. If we go to the next slide, or actually down just to the right, is going to be the floor plan. Yep, to the right, and I'll show the full floor plan there. So here's our floor plan. The customers will enter through the front doors where they will present identification to the receptionist. Customers will wait in the reception area until escorted into the retail area. With our limited amount of products, our retail area is quite small and will accompany 3 customers at a time. After customers have completed their purchase, they will then be escorted back out through the front doors. The rest of the building is considered growing and processing. Plants will start in the vegetative room and then move into flower 1 through 3 rooms. Harvested plants will be hung up in the drying room to dry and cure out. This product will then be trimmed, processed, packaged, and securely stored into the room next to retail, known as our secure storage room. And then our last slide is going to go over our odor protection systems. Okay. Well, very similar. I know Gatsby kind of went over a lot of the odor control. So in our facility, we will have carbon filters in every room that will be holding or growing cannabis. That's going to prevent odors from getting out of the building to nearby residents. As I mentioned before, I do recognize that we are pretty close to residentials. Also, as you mentioned before, in Royal Oak, it's hard not to be close to residential. So I've worked on multiple facilities. I know what to do. I know how to do it. As far as odor control, we won't have any issues with any of the residential neighbors with this, as I do have experience in this. That kind of goes over everything with Best Life, our establishment, and our facility there. The rest would just be any questions that you guys may have.
Questions?
Yes, you're leasing this building, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what other buildings your landlord owns in this strip?
He owns the entire strip besides one.
So down to the next street, down to Buckingham?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Dubak?
And so micro licensing, you're doing everything on site, right? That's
Yeah, the easiest kind of simple explanation is it's kind of like a microbrewery.
yeah.
Everything's in-house, yep.
I was an advocate for those kind of license, so like the small business, element of it, and having local kind of artisan producers. So, so I understand you don't own the building, and it's also just kind of a different business model, cash flow wise, right? And like your profitability is kind of capped because you can only grow so many plants, right?
Correct. Yeah.
But I'm curious about in your sustainability plan, if you looked at because you're growing on site, I assume that's. We talked about with Gatsby, although not nearly that scale, a huge energy draw. Have you seen sites in your experience, or have you considered would the savings you would get from solar cover the financing of solar? And is that something you considered?
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that with the size of Gatsby, and you've seen the amount of solar panels that they had, 12% is not a lot of energy in comparison. As far as with our establishment, I'm more so focused on what's inside the building to limit our energy uses. Most facilities that we've built out use HPS lights, which not only use more electricity, but they also produce more heat, which then is going to offset and create more energy use in your HVAC system to cool the areas. So my biggest thing for me is inside the building, everything's going to be top of the line. I don't have to really cut corners on prices because my establishment is so small that everything that I'm doing in there, I just want to do top of the line, energy efficient things. So that's kind of where I stand on that.
All right.
Yep.
Cool. Thanks. Commissioner Colo.
Thank you. And I really appreciate those comments. Is that reflected in these plans at all? Have you reflected those top of the line, energy saving features in these plans?
Yes. So there is a business plan that was submitted to the city, and that has a detail in there.
Oh, in your application.
Yeah, but the site plan does it. Like the site plan, like we don't approve that business plan. Like, does the site plan itself have any of those
No,
interior
that would
elevations?
more so be like on our electrical plans and mechanical plans that we would submit to the building department.
Okay. And then I guess I'm going to the same question with the order control. Like we saw in some other petitions tonight that they really detailed the order control methodology that's going to be used.
Mm-hmm.
They showed the location of the order control. They showed how where it's going, the different items. Did I miss it in here? I didn't see here. Did I miss it?
So it was on our slide sheet for the planning commission. So
as part of the site plan?
Yeah, it was in our plans that we submitted. So it should technically, let me see. Might be able to show you.
Like maybe I saw a note about the carbon filter, but I didn't actually see
I did present a plan that had and submitted it to the city because we did have it on our last presentation. And it shows every single room that it's in. It also shows our air purifiers, which are next to the entrance and exit of the building. But I actually do have all the documents that was emailed over by Joseph Murphy, which would be all the slides that I believe you would have, and it's not on here. So it may have just got not uploaded to the system.
Mr. Train, can you comment on that at all?
I was actually looking back, seeing if I could find some different submissions. Right now, this is all I've got.
Yeah, because I think that's, we can only prove what's before us right now. And without, I appreciate what I see here, or
Is there
here
any-
rather.
Is there any way we can pull up the presentation from my last meeting? Because I know it's on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is the same.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything other than what's attached. Which is what you've been looking at.
All right, well, we sort through that. Any other questions for the petitioner?
Mayor.
Commissioner DeBuck,
Yeah, I mean, it's in the discussion as was described. It's in the narrative on page 24.
It sure is.
Yes, but once again, I mean, I appreciate that, but that's not a site plan.
If you would like, I have it on my laptop, and I can show you guys. Because it should be on here, but unfortunately it was not uploaded.
Was there any particular condition that you're looking for, Commissioner Colo, that was either on the presentation that you could state to ensure alignment? And that could be part of the motion if you guys are so inclined to make one.
I think that's important to review and see. I think in general too, personally I would like to see a lot more green infrastructure on this. I do appreciate, especially that you're saying you're going to use these things, but they're on a mechanical plan that we don't see. So part of the ordinance is a substantial green piece, and we're hearing that there might be a substantial green piece because you're going to use the best quality materials and these low impact lights. But without seeing that, I can't. It won't be part of an approval, and this is a pretty special type of license. So by no means am I saying deny by any point, but I'd like to see some of these things before we move to a full approval.
Yeah, we had a similar conversation at planning, and a couple of the limitations came up. Is that one, this is a part of a multi-unit for lease complex, right? So there are limitations what can be done on the property grounds. Like you can't, like on the front side, it's all state of Michigan land. Even though he mentioned there's not a lot of parking there, it's like, oh, okay, well, he's doing some things there, to put like a garden in. And then the dumpster, I think we identified there was going to be permeable pavement there, and then the bioswales, but we did acknowledge that there were going to be some limitations, given the fact that it's not a, brownfield greenscape. It's a leased facility, and it's a micro, not somebody that's making,
I understand that. I don't think we'll see the type of range and scope that we saw in some other larger facilities, but even with a lease facility, I think that's a tenant improvement that you left behind. It adds value to. No landlord's going to tell you can't improve my building.
No, but I mean the energy efficient stuff's a good point, because I wasn't aware if we had that conversation at planning. But if it's there, it'd be nice to know and realize.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Commissioner Macy.
Well, I was just gonna say, I found the odor control piece in the planning commission presentation. So that helps Commissioner Colo. So I don't know exactly where I'd be looking for the other pieces, but I am looking at the presentation from the March planning commission meeting. That helps anybody.
Part of, now that I think about it, even if the petitioner were to present something to me on electrical, whatever, I wouldn't even know what I'm looking at. You know what I mean?
Word.
If I probably should, but I know I wouldn't at this time. I don't know what I would be looking at.
Oh no. It's too brief for that.
Oh. Yes, Commissioner DeBuck.
I'm satisfied with the plan as approved by the Planning Commission, so I'll move for approval.
Move for approval of the special land use?
Yes.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner DeBuck. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Perush. Discussion? Commissioner Colo.
I just, once again, we don't have a site plan, so And with all due, I appreciate what you guys are doing, and I want to see it open, but we don't have a site plan that has been combined, because the planning commission did give some restrictions and said, you need to do this, you need to do that. So we have one site plan that has the original intent from the planning commission, and then another site plan that we have that does include all the pages. None of them have the green infrastructure on the inside, which we are really judging this on, because that's, once again, part of the ordinance is that they will have green infrastructure. So I personally, I'm going to be a no on this. I'd rather be a table or delay until we get all these pieces. This is it's a huge thing for our community, and this is, this is something that is really to be, treasured and used well, and this is our chance to do it. So I think we're better off waiting a month so we have all the pieces in place, so we can make sure that we're giving Royal Oak the best thing that they've asked for.
Can I chime in real quick?
We got a motion on the table.
Oh, sorry.
Well, the challenge is that this isn't the site plan. This one's special land use.
Sure. Okay.
And if we go to the agenda from the 10th, would not be from the 10th, right? It would be from the
February 8th.
No.
No, it's March 8th.
Are we looking at planning?
It was March 8th meeting.
It's the March 8th meeting for planning.
And then it's the second hyperlink under 2.
New business, staff reports and site plan. So I think what was presented to us was the same thing presented, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, all the official documents. Yeah, it's
With some of the modifications with the range gardens
Right.
added. That was really the modification from the planning commission.
which is incorporated in our new plan that we have
Yes,
here.
it's
in front
what's
of us.
on,
Yep.
what's in front of you tonight. The issue with the odor control operation wasn't included on either
Right.
one.
And when we discussed it at planning, it was we have an ordinance that can effectively take care of that and affect the licensee because of the part and parcelship of the site plan and special land use as part of the license. All right, so I'm gonna call for the vote on the special land use. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay. All right, it passes. So then we have Commissioner Douglas.
I'm going to float something here, and that is the idea, and I'm getting ready to move the site plan, but I'm considering adding a condition there that requires them, or their landlord, to repave with MDOT's approval, repave the right-of-way parking area in front of their building. Crossing my fingers that their landlord would, while he's doing that, pave that entire stretch of right-of-way, but if not that, at least this, because it's a mess. So looking around the table to see what people think before I make a motion.
Commissioner Dubuck.
I mean, is that, and this is a question, is that appropriate to hold this petitioner accountable for something that is the landlord's responsibility and leverage this petition to force the landlord to do something?
Well, it's all everything that's happening here is somebody's paying for, the landlord is paying for. I think we've done that elsewhere.
You've done everything from requiring it to be removed to changing it to parallel, and if it needs resurfacing, absolutely.
Yeah, we can influence that.
Okay, that's good. So that's our prerogative. That's
Yes.
appropriate. All right.
So I'll try that. I'm gonna move the site plan, adding condition number, 10, that with the approval of the Michigan Department of Transportation, the right-of-way parking area in front of the building be repaved.
A motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Perush. Discussion? Commissioner Perush?
Technically, it's a state highway, but it's under the jurisdiction of the Oakland County Road Commission. So I think you ought to include the Oakland County Road Commission in your motion, because they're going to have to approve it too.
Mr. Twain,
I didn't hear the question.
the question is, does this require the approval of the Oakland County Road Commission?
No, it would simply be, generally what happens in the right-of-way with MDOT along Woodward is that the engineering department makes the first set of revisions or corrections, and then that's submitted for a right-of-way permit to MDOT. Oakland County's not involved.
Okay.
Just a quick question, can we obligate, the site plan, I mean, a lot of times we do this, like the proprietor owns the property or manages or controls the entire site. If this is like a shared parking where the landlord could say no and all of this, can we obligate?
From the city's end, yes, you can obligate.
Okay.
As I said before, the Planning Commission on previous occasions has required the entire right-of-way to be re-landscaped and all the parking removed.
Yeah, right, but that's typically when the petitioner has full control of the property, you know what I mean?
We don't care whether you own it, you lease it. The city's not there. You've just got to see it happen.
Okay.
Whether the tenant pays for it or the landlord pays for it is between them.
And we don't commonly know if a property is leased or owned at the Planning Commission.
Usually, like if it's I can't remember at Planning Commission, like if there's like a strip mall like this is, and you have multiple people using the parking spots, if like multiple, I don't remember a condition like that applying. I'm not saying it can't happen, it's the first one for me. Commissioner Macy.
Yeah, I share the confusion and concern of Commissioner Dubak and the mayor. It feels like even if we can do this, it feels strange to be conditioning this on an action that may or may not be taken by someone that he has no control over. And so, in other words, if the landlord says, you know what, I'm not going to pay this, even if you want to pay for it because it's going to disrupt the business of the other people or whatever reason, or it's going to take months to get MDOT's approval, and then this is sitting there because of something he has no control over, it feels odd to me. So I'm going to go.
What if the landlord says, I don't want to plant any rain gardens out back?
So that's already in here, right?
Right. So the landlord controls the whole site. I mean, if the landlord says, no, I don't want to do those rain gardens out in the back parking lot, I mean, it's the same as the landlord saying, I don't want to pave in front of this building.
Right, but the petitioner came with a plan that he theoretically has aligned with his landlord and everything. Then now this is an added thing where you don't know if there's any alignment or not.
And the landlord's not here as far as I know. I don't know, it's 12:45 and my brain is fuzzy, but it feels weird.
Yeah. Commissioner Cole?
I think what kind of feels weird to me is that we're discussing like it shouldn't matter if it's a landlord or not. We should be doing what's best for the site and the city, irregardless if it's a landlord or an owner. The petitioner easily could have, or not easily, but theoretically could have bought a site and then came to us with a site that they bought part of their business plan. Their business plan was to lease. But right now we're improving sites and how we want the sites improved. So if someone was here that owned the site outright, I think we would just say outright, you have to do this as part of it. And we justify it by saying you own the site, so you have to do that. So now, just because they lease it, we're saying, oh no, I guess you don't have to do it, which is kind of, I think, a disservice to the city.
Well, it's not so much that lease it, it's that we're coming right now saying it, and that we're also, there's another layer of approvals. I mean, we, even as the city of Royal Oak, try to work with MDOT, and it takes months and months and months to get any sort of approval. It's not like this is just it's like multiple parties that would have to be, it'd have to be the other businesses that are there, it'd have to be the landlord, and it'd have to be MDOT. And that seems like a tall order at 11:46 or 12:46 at night to put on as an additional requirement. It's not, hey, can you plant 3 more trees? It's, pretty tall order. Yeah. Commissioner Buck.
So yeah, the more I think about it, it kind of reminds me of the case Commissioner Perush made about at the last minute demanding a road study that we had not demanded or asked for, was not one of our requirements. We didn't require that you have brand new, up-to-date surface parking. That seems a weird thing to tack on at the last minute when it was never part of our discussions or requirements before. I mean, I appreciate wanting to leverage the situation to get that repaved because it needs to be, but I would think maybe the tenants should band together and demand the landlord repave it and not let's hold this hostage. So did you move that as the whole thing with 10, or did you add 10? Did you move for 10
I
to
moved
be
the
added?
whole thing with 10 added to it.
Oh, okay. I'm not voting on
Okay.
We can make an amendment to remove it, or vote to amend it, and then it goes away, and then we vote on the site plan. We're going to have to do 2 votes anyways.
that.
All right, Commissioner Dubak.
Okay, I will move to amend the motion move for approval without condition 10.
We have a motion by Commissioner Buck, second by Commissioner Perush. Discussion? Just say I appreciate the intent. I just think this one's a little too complicated. All right, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes. Now we just have the standard site plan that was presented with the conditions from planning, right? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Colo?
I guess I'd ask a question to staff. Is there any way that we can add a condition here that they review the electrical plan that's provided for all this energy efficiency? So we approve it tonight, pending their final approval of those submitted plans, and administrative approval of the green plans implemented inside of the building.
Yes, I think you can do that.
Okay, I move that.
So you move for an amendment to add a
Administrative approval
Of the
of
energy
item
efficiency.
D, which is the low impact development techniques and green infrastructure.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Colo. Is there a second?
Of what? Item,
Of the petitioner talked eloquently about the items he's paying inside the building, that the green infrastructure pieces that he can't put outside because
Well,
of.
not so much green infrastructure, but his
Energy
energy
efficiency.
efficiency.
Energy
but you just said item D.
Yeah, I'm sorry, it's in the.
It's G.
And the site plan is numbers 1 through 9.
Okay, whichever one it is.
So you're adding number 10.
Our clerk is really good at tidying that up and making sure that's the right verbiage.
We just don't attach it to a letter. Just say,
Oh, I detach it from the letter.
Okay, so what are you moving? One more time.
Administrative approval of energy efficiency inside the building.
Okay.
Is item 10.
I'm not saying that, Sheriff. I've been told not to.
no,
As
just say that's a don't tie it to
as an
this.
additional condition?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Colo. Is there a second? Without seeing a second, the motion dies. We're back to the original motion. Any other discussion?
Wait,
All right.
what's the motion?
Original motion is approve the site plan with the planning commissions
1 through 9.
1 through 9. Here we go. I'm losing it now.
Long way to get there.
We got about 6 minutes left before I become dysfunctional.
Oh, I'm so confused.
All right, any other discussion? All right, call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes. All right, that's it. You're good to go.
Thank you.
Well, you're not good to go. You're good to go to go. Good to go. You know how it works. You build stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, thanks for hanging in there.
You can add the administrative approval?
All right, notwithstanding anything for the betterment of our city of Royal Oak, and unless Tim Twing has anything else to dominate the agenda tonight, I'll entertain a motion.
But I didn't get it.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Douglas. We have a motion to adjourn by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Macy. Okay. Any discussion? With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Adjourned.
All right.